Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the WardiTV Mondays, as we are back for edition 66, the last one before Christmas. Probably gonna go Nice Yakov for our first matchup. There's a lot of cool second round matches, and I do think Nice Yakov might keep us away from those, but Nice Yakov is definitely the best first round match. So I think at the very least we'll jump into a game of that and see how it goes, as long as Yakov is here, which is still to be determined a little bit as well, maybe. So take a moment or so and get set, and hopefully get resumed fairly soon into some StarCrafts. Thanks everyone for joining us early today. We're not ready yet. We're just nearly ready to go. Just waiting for some players to be set up, basically. So take a couple moments. What's up, Chris? How you doing? Good to see you. Just waiting to see if Yakov shows up. Not online currently. So hoping to get that sorted, but basically otherwise we are set to go into some games, basically, is where we sit. Thanks for joining us, and thanks for being here. Appreciate y'all. But just give me a moment or two to get set up still, basically. Is the TLDR of the situation right now. Whoa. Turns out if KSC can lose to their best player, the Titans can beat them. I mean, that KSC team is pretty horrendous right now, no? They have like their entire team on, they have so many people sacked this week as well. And then they lost the backup QB. Probably couldn't have gone much worse, to be honest. Overall. Good for the Titans, though. Good for the Titans. Yakov's just not showing up, is he, right now? He's not. We'll give it a few moments, guys, and hopefully get this figured out soon. Give me a couple moments to still get a couple things sorted. Apologies. Usually Yakov's just here. He's still got 5 minutes before walkover time, but we're just chilling. We're basically waiting for Yakov because the match he decided to go for. If he ain't here, we'll take a couple seconds and we'll figure it out. Oh no, he's here. Oh no. No! Oh god. The player you're trying to whisper is not currently accepting messages from players who are not on their friends list. I didn't see him online, and all of a sudden they're in-game. Oh, it's one of them Mondays! Okay, all good. All good, guys. We'll take a couple moments, and we're just not going to have a game for a little bit, but that's okay. We can figure that out. We can work around this. It's not ideal, but we will we'll make it work. That was unlucky, to be honest. That was unlucky. You know what? Let's go into a laser versus Nylon, which is probably a one-sided matchup, but then we can just follow the winner into versus Trigger, which if that's a laser Trigger, I'm actually very excited for that. Trigger's very fun to watch. I think a laser has been very fun to watch lately as well, so I'm just down for this. Let's do that. Then we get into a cool second round matchup anyway, and that was also kind of one of the things I was thinking of doing, so you know what? All good. I don't need to actually cast the games, I should just make up my own play-by-play. Yeah, would you guys watch that? Alright. In the upper left-hand corner, there is going to be a StarCraft 2 logo. You know what? We could just cast the in-game screen. We'll just do it like this. Hey guys, in the upper left-hand corner, we've got a StarCraft 2 logo, flanked by the Campaign Co-op versus Custom Collection and Replay tabs. In the top right, currently covered by the WardiTV logo, is going to be the Wardi portrait. Currently using the Bion portrait, an interesting portrait of choice today. And the lobby comes online. 2 players going to try and get in here. A laser set of Zerg in the orange. Ruby Rock, the map, as you can see, pictured to the right-hand side. West going to be the server preference here. Apparently, as Nylon joins the lobby set as Terran, going to play red to counter the orange of a laser is the current game plan. My goodness, is this going to work out for him? That seems hella risky. Is that something that can work, or is this going to be trouble, trouble, trouble? We're going to find out here very soon as we go in-game. There you go. That's some play-by-play for you guys. Alright, just getting everyone in the right order and stuff for me, guys. Apologies, but I think we're going to be good to go in just a second. The laser trigger's going to be fun after. Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking anyway, so I'm not too upset about missing the nice Yakov game. It's like, it was kind of like a, do you take a better matchup now, or do you take a better matchup for the next series, basically, I suppose, is what I was kind of debating a little bit. So, yeah. Yeah. Alrighty. In the top left-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the orange Zerg. This is a laser. Taking on the red Terran down in the bottom right-hand side. We're going to have ourselves the wonderful Nylon. Don't know much about them, but it'll be exciting to see what happens as we get this up and running. Ready to party. And we'll see what goes down in the next few moments as we get kicked off into the opening game here. And see what will happen. Refinery coming into play from our Terran player just initially. He's just going to start up with that, get that started. And like I say, we'll see what happens over the next few moments to kick this all off. A couple SCVs coming around for a couple seconds as well. It's just going to be getting a lot of this underway. And yeah, match pool and the rest coming up. A couple drones coming by as well. Everything looking pretty cozy for a couple of moments as we get everything set. Zoom, and alrighty then. So we have ourselves a couple of seconds of build-up. The Overlord coming across the map, the SCV going the other way. It's going to be a very chilled out cast today, guys. Just going to be, a little bit chill, because I've just had a hell of a week casting. I finally have a day off tomorrow, but I need to cast a bunch of the Christmas Day games, so it's not even like a full day off. But yeah, it's just going to be very chill today, because I know I've got a lot coming up and so on. And it's been a hell of a week, and I was exhausted yesterday at the end of it as well, so we're just going to take it nice and easy today, just hang out, enjoy some games together, all that goodness. And that's going to be the plan. It is in fact Monday. That part is very true. And yeah, we're just going to take it easy, have a good time, enjoy some games. Should be pretty fun, to be honest. Expecting a good time. Expecting a good time. Just going to be seeing the coming about, a couple drones coming over. Got set up for a few moments. The Overlord and the Queen coming through. The Barracks Command and a couple of Marines. Also going to be on the way in for the moment. And that CC completes. And we just have ourselves the SCV on the left-hand side. Just going to be pulling out for a little while as well. Get that on the move. And the Rotron and the Lair continuing up. Spread a bit of creep forward. I mean, Laser has been kind of a too basey Zerg lately in this matchup, so not too surprising to see him kind of going for a similar kind of vibe here now. As a couple of Queens will gather together. Going to join those up, get that settled in. Again, that Rotron is going to be done, so we are going to have some Roaches here initially going to be the game plan. So that's going to be our initial point of interest. Let's just have a couple more setups coming through, a little bit of creep coming down, the SCV. Going to get chased away over to the sides as well, so just push that straight out. Overlord speed from the laser even, so he's going to give himself some more aggressive options. He's coming in here as a favorite, right? And he might just feel the ability to kind of get aggressive early, maybe all he needs, doesn't need to do anything too fancy or anything. I don't hate that concept. When you're a big favorite like this, I think that's absolutely kind of a fine kind of approach to take, essentially. I think that is absolutely fine, so yeah. seems reasonable. You see the 3 Marines going to move back down, and yeah, we get ourselves setting up. Again, Overlord Speed, Roach Speed both coming up, Stimpack and +1. Sorry, Stimpack and Combat Shield on the way. We got that creep spread coming in at the front as well. That all sorted out. Yeah, we just take the Roach Speed with the 3rd hatchery. In the end, the Overlord Speed is just going to let this Overseer absolutely zip about and just have a great time scouting for a few moments, so no issues on that. As the few Marines will collect on in together, figure out what they want to do as well. In the next few moments, again, Roach Speed Roaches all on the way for the next few moments here. Get that building. A couple of shots on the Overseer as it does take some damage. The Marines will come back over to the top left-hand side, so they're going to come pushing through. I'm going to try and make a little bit of an effort here as the Roaches and the Queens come about. Just going to be having the fight onto the Roaches for a couple of moments already. It's just going to come straight over. Marines going to grab. The Roaches and the Queens going to move about a little bit. Again, the Ravager and the Roaches coming up as well, so continuing to get a lot of this on the go initially. Yeah, that Compressor Shell is coming up also, so also going to be another important part of everything here. You do see those Marines pulling all the way back down to the bottom side. As they do have to run away and kind of get, a little bit safe right now. The Roaches trying to chase in. The Marines immediately in a little bit of trouble. Going to see the SCVs coming through as well. And those SCVs and the Marines and the Marauders will go chasing those Roaches down out over to the sides. Just going to push those out for now. Just going to see a couple extra Ravagers getting morphed in already. And Laser ready to attack on this natural. There's no bunker or anything, so this is going to be a little bit limiting in terms of what you can do overall. Just going to see the units coming about. The Bions gathered together right there. And yeah, nothing too crazy just yet. Just going to be seeing the Roach Ravage obviously knocking down the wall off. Going to give you a lot of space to work with more than anything. Is going to be the kind of idea that we have for now, but nothing really, like I say, overall too crazy, I would say. Just going to be seeing, a Roach Ravager attack that there's no defense for is pretty much going to do this, which is just ripe out that Terran army, and the Laser takes a comfortable game 1. He's a favorite here, so no surprises on that. And we'll get ourselves a game 2 coming up shortly for a Laser Nylon, a second game. Winner of this plays Trigger in the next round, which I think really is the point we're looking to get to. I think that's the matchup which is going to be particularly interesting here, so I do think that's going to be quite cool. But obviously, you got to get to that matchup first of all, so we'll work our way on that. Just let people know they can DM me to do that. Also, what's up, therapist? You're good, don't worry. Sometimes people get told it's my job just to time you out so you don't say much more. No hard feelings. We're good. Alright. Laser. And Nylon into game 2. What's up, Cranky Ducklings with the raid? Sorry I didn't see you guys. Hello, hello. I saw you guys were casting last week's games. Hopefully you had some fun. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for the casting and coverage. As we are going into our second game, I'm going to start off... everything's just moved incorrectly. Hang on. There we go. In the bottom left-hand corner with the 1-0 lead will be our orange Zerg player. This is a Laser. And in the upper right, the blue Terran player is going to be the wonderful Nylon. Apparently he's wonderful every time I introduce him. How lovely is that? It's a natural... Now, my natural statement about him is that he's wonderful. I mean, that's gotta feel good, no? Alrighty, guys. So, we set up, and away we go. Game number 2 here. White Rabbit going to be our map. As we get this underway, get this started off, get this operational as we go, and get some action rolling. Again, the spawning pool coming about. Just going to bring that straight around. Patch Casting Pool going to be the early choice. We have the Overlord coming across the map. Let's follow this for a second or two for something to watch. Well, not much else is really happening here. Not a terrible starting point just yet. Overlord heading to the upper right-hand side to obviously see what's going on a little bit. for a couple of moments as well, so get that set up and ready to roll. Lord continues to make a journey. Say, coming over to the sides for a couple of moments. Just gonna have that Reaper in the command center coming up. The Reaper will pop, and that will be our next point of interest as Nylon tries to have a little bit of a look to see just what exactly is going on in these early stages. So, just gonna try and get some info for that right off the bat, and again, see what we can maybe do already. It's gonna be the Overlord just moving around then for a couple of moments like we see. And get that underway. Overlord just sets up, and yeah, Lara's on the way from a laser, so again, that 2-base lair just seems to be his absolute go-to right now, so that really does not come in as much of a surprise. We know that this is how a laser is playing. We've seen him doing it a lot in the ZVT the few times we've watched it, and we talked to Lambo about it as well. And again, he's playing on this idea of right now, mutas are actually good to rush into, so if mutas are good to rush into, the 2-base lair is not as crazy of a thing, whereas if this was happening in a previous meta, you're just already thinking aggression as the opponent, but now you're not necessarily thinking aggression, and that makes it, like I say, a little bit of a better play, something that can actually work out a lot more comfortably a lot of the time, so makes this a lot more interesting as we pan through and get this going. You see Tech Lab on the way up, the command center building, a couple of Hellions on the way about. Reaper, sorry, did poke across the map in the end, but not do too much, got one single kill already. And that will be that. Coming up, Stimpack on the way, having that Spire on into play also. A couple of Extractors going to go along with this. And Queen just going to be there to keep the Reaper at bay. Spire, Evo Chamber, Baneling Nest coming online. A lot of that coming straight through at the moment. And again, just see the Reaper and a couple of Hellions continue to gather up as well. It's just getting a lot of this into play for the moment. A couple of those Crypt Tumors are going to get grabbed nice and quickly as well. So just work straight onto that. Figure out what we can do next. Obviously, these Hellions would like to try and keep the crew spread back. It is the Spire this time from the laser, so already mixing up a little bit of what he's doing, already kind of changing the overall kind of plan of action here from that last game at the Roaches to Aspire this time around. So yes, going to be a very different scenario to what we were seeing prior. The 2 Hellions and the Reaper will continue to gather up one more time. And yeah, just going to be seeing those continue to nibble for a couple seconds. Get that on the way. Reaper and the Hellions gather in. Hellions, the Reaper join together, so again we take a couple of moments here. Just going to be having the mutas popping out, and that's going to give us the chance to start playing cleanup on a lot of this, so we'll begin with that right now. Get that settled in for the moment. Let's have the mutas continue to do their job. Just going to push the Hellions back for a couple of seconds, and again, keep that back as best we can for now. I see the mutas getting rid of a couple more of those Hellions, so again, a little extra coming through. One more time, just for the moment. And yeah, pulling back up toward the top here. Finally upgrade Ling speed, the Bane speed, all coming through. So again, a lot of this on the way right off the bat. Mutas will try and obviously put a bit of pressure on at the front, and they're going to try and find some damage there. So again, attempt to see if there's maybe something we can achieve right now. So we'll try for that just at the moment. The Mutas is going to gather up. The Marine's going to fire. The Overseer taking some damage as well. So already taking a few shots right off the bat, as mentioned. And the Mutas will get through for an SCV. A couple more SCVs will be in some trouble as well. I'm just going to get rid of some more just at this point. One more upgrades continuing through. Everything else ready to go. These Midlers continue to find some good damage for now. So, again, doing pretty well for themselves. Just going to see the middle missile turret coming in. Those Mutas still taking damage. 1-1 upgrades, and the concussor shells coming about. Extra Mutas coming through. And as a laser will continue to bring that number up right now. Only lost 1 meter, so it has been obviously pretty darn good on the side of the... It's definitely been pretty good on the side of the the Zerg so far. Not a lot lost, a lot going your way. Like I say, a lot of benefits thus far. Has been a pretty positive experience up until now. And there's extra meters coming about, a couple of Lings on the way through, one concussive shells coming about, the barracks still building. We have got Ling meter gathering on that left-hand side, joining up with everything else for, again, just a little bit. Drop a 4th hatchery down at the same time as well, so get that on the roll. Just for the moment. So all of that coming through. The Marines and the Hellions gather up, pushing into the center here. The Mutalisks going to take their chance to, again, still control the map. We get that 4th base online, and this continues to look better and better, basically, over time at the moment, so we get that going. Who is Nylon? Honestly, I don't know. I do not have info on them. They're just a player that signed up today. They were in the Master League on the European server. Definitely seeming like an underdog here, unless there's someone that I don't know on a name change or something, but yeah, they should be an underdog against a laser, which is definitely how this is panning out so far. See those meters coming around, and they obviously put in a whole bunch more damage as well, so a lot more happening still just at this point in time. And very good across the board here currently. Now I'm just going to say GG and good luck, because that's a little bit too much overall, and we are going to get the laser trigger matchup, which we were kind of expecting, and that was definitely kind of our goal of jumping onto this series. Get into a laser versus trigger for the next round, and that means we already have something pretty darn good to cast. So we will do exactly that pretty much. Perfect. All right. Yeah, we will just get into a laser versus trigger for the next round. And that will be our second round matchup. Not much else happening just yet. Creator SHIN going to play in the round of 16. That's actually also a very good matchup, to be honest. A little bit sad that we're going to miss that, but I actually think a laser trigger is very fun and very different. I think Creator SHIN is fun, but a series I feel like I've seen a good amount. A lot of results coming through just to kind of set up round of 16 matches, guys. Ryong versus Mana, Classic versus Gumiho, Percival versus Cure. All coming through in the round of 16 currently, so a lot of those round of 16 matches going to be ready soon. As we get all set up, MaxPax waiting for Nicer Yakov still to finish. Yeah, we'll go a laser trigger. Makes a lot of sense. We'll see what the bracket looks like after this round of 16 match in terms of what we maybe do after that as well. Myself on the TL thread because right now we're not linked, so just do that. And yeah, thanks so much for joining us, guys. A bunch of viewers already here early. I know I'm not going to have 2025 championship viewers, but still nice to see a bunch of people around early and hanging out and enjoying some games with us. So thank you so much if that is you, which is actually all of you because you're all here already. 650 viewers for our first game of the day on a Monday Cup is still not bad. Like I say, a laser trigger coming up next. Getting this ready to rumble. We'll be doing some sponsor content at the end of the day as well, guys. I've got a bunch of Twitch-based sponsors to do. Today we're going to be playing some Marvel Rivals, which is something I've played a good amount of. I've done many a sponsor for already, so we're going to be playing that today. So that should be kind of awesome as well, I think. I think we're going to have a good time all across the board, to be honest. Should be a good one. Get ready to party. Get this set to go, go, go. Just again, get our players ready. Rumble for the next few moments. Lovely. L-O-V-E Lee. Lovely. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. How you guys all feeling? How's everyone doing? Thanks for joining us, like I say. Just waiting for laser and trigger to be vetoed and we can go, go, go. Keep the games running here. It's a fun week, obviously, if you're not aware of what's happening. I tell you what, I'll let the ads finish up in about 50 seconds. Wow, a laser with no game hard hosting. What a scandal. Alright, all good. We will start up in a second anyway. But yeah, I was going to talk about a little bit about our schedule for the week, but I'll maybe do that after we get into a little bit of this action already, maybe. So now, you just get ready to go and head into this matchup. Trigger ready, it's just waiting for a laser to ready up as well. And we should be able to go into this. Akura scored 46 points on you. I know, man. I saw. I know. Yeah. The Grumpy Boys popped off at the right time, I'm not gonna lie. Scraped through against Helen, and popped against you. That Seahawks Rams match was a absolute... It was tough for pretty much anybody that was... It's tough for pretty much anyone that was getting involved in getting involved in terms of fantasy this week. I think it was a good fantasy season. Hell yeah, man. Top 4 ain't bad. Top 4 ain't bad. It happens as well, right? Like it's that kind of a game where you can have, I mean, you can have a super solid team all year and then bam, one good performance against you in the playoffs and it's over. Yeah, top 4 ain't bad. Be back again next year with some edits to our player base, because one very AFK guy will not play again, but otherwise, yeah. Actually, to be fair, most people are pretty good this week, this year, in playing and updating stuff, but yeah. You looked out on running backs not getting injured. You know, when I look back at my fantasy year, I mean, I lost by like 4 points in the end last week, which is crazy. I literally lost because I didn't change my defense to maybe the better choice, and then I kind of ditched a good defense mid-season and didn't really think about it, and that kind of screwed me in the end. But I was looking back and I was like, man, my season really sucked. Like, I lost my second pick in like week 2. I lost my tight end for the most important final stretch of the year. I had horrendous running backs. One of them, my first pick running back actually got benched and was no longer a starting running back. Like, my team went to doo-doo very quickly, honestly. Kind of crazy. Very fun, though. Next Cyber Call coming up. And get settled down here for a couple of moments. Get that all in the way. Yeah, looking back, my team, I really had horrendous luck this year. Which happens. Laser is proxy hatching, sorry. So this is a build we saw from SHIN yesterday. So you proxy hatch here, and then you're going to be able to work your way through the rocks on that left-hand side. So just going to go and try for that straight away. And then you kind of break through and make this push happen. Classic microed very badly against this, I think, is a very fair statement. I also think he microed very badly against this and still was able to do pretty okay with it in the end. So kind of interested as to what happens here and how this actually does pan out with Trigger's response. We'll see what he does against a laser, try and make this work for the next few moments. This all started, just going to see those couple spines already working their way through, so they're going to put some damage out straight away. So a couple shots coming immediately in on that as we take a couple seconds. Going to cancel a pylon there. We're going to have the Stargate. We're going to build batteries. No cannon here, which is something that's maybe interesting, because obviously that's something that we did go into as the Defenders Classic yesterday. I'm going to, obviously compare this to Classic's defense. Voidray on the way up. Obviously going to have a lot of Lings with Ling speed able to run through soon as well, so you imagine that's going to be a factor as these couple of spines will start to head straight on forward. So let's see the Queen taking some damage, a couple of shots coming through. So the Lings over on that right-hand side coming about as well. Just going to be seeing the probes pulling in. So they're just going to set up for a little while. The rest of the Lings going to come about as well. Also just trying to run back down over here to see if they can get any extra coming through for the next couple of moments as well. So just going to try and get all of this set up. The Ling's going to run straight by. This Nexus is obviously in some trouble, taking quite a bit of damage. Is going to be a factor as well for the moment as the Lings and the Queens continue to join in momentarily. We've seen those Lings going to continue by, so we are going to get some good damage out. Just going to hit the Nexus, and the Nexus will go down. Though at this point, the Void Rays have some serious work to do. I mean, the Smoke Roll are going to be important here against these Voids. I imagine that's going to be one of the major factors of this. We see that Queen going down. We will just see the Lings coming across and playing the cleanup on the low ground. So there goes the power. Now we're going to run into the main. The thing is here, Voids are still not exactly great against Lings, which is going to be the most interesting point of this for now, I would say. And that's actually very intriguing to see how it turns out. We just have down the few Zerglings continue to go down for a little while, so a laser is going to push his opponent down to one base. Yeah, it's a tricksy scenario for sure. I mean, now you've still got the Lings running around. The laser's obviously still just a one base Zerg. You know, he's got the base that's proxy, but that is not really going to be a mining base at all. Even in the craziest circumstances, I'm pretty sure that never becomes true. So Trigger's going to defend on one base. Does have to rebuild all of his structures. So has to go from the ground up, basically. He's going to get that going. The Ling's going to move back up in toward the main. Get that going for a moment or two. Just going to see the Lings wrap around. Warpgate will get jumped on. The Spine's going to move forward as well. Our Voids will activate. As we do have our Spines. Going to move through as well. Spore Crawler comes into the back. Void's going to get rid of the Spine Crawler. Second Spine Crawler taking damage as well. Going to be seeing this knocked down already, so a little bit of value here already as we just have the Lings. I mean, it's kind of a scary few moments still. I mean, the Queens and the Spine now putting pressure on this position. You're really limited in terms of how much time you've got before this becomes a bit too much. The Spore's going to move further forward. We're going to build the second Spore's coming up, and I like that a lot to help zone out these Voids. If you zone out the Voids, I feel like everything else goes okay for you here as a laser. The Spine going to reposition a bit. 2 Spores. And like I say, the Ling's just trying to get done a little bit here and there at the moment, just finding their way when possible. Going to put a bit more damage out. This Nex is still taking some shots. A few more hits coming through. We do have the Queen's going to be right there, trying to help us out for the moment. The Void's going to be here. Queen's going to step back. Good transfusion. Triple Void Ray. But we're genuinely counting down to losing this Nexus. So, I mean, of course, there's only one Spine Crawler currently hitting, but that is going to add up over time. So we're definitely in, like, a world of trouble at the moment. We've got to be very careful about this and how we go about things. This is tough. Just going to see the Queens, the Ling's going to run through the probes. Pulling into this because I think we just realized we have to do something. If this Nexus goes down, this game is lost. And right now, the Voids just can't deal with the Spore and Queen combo. So that basically just ends this, no? One Void Ray going down, another Void Ray taking damage. We're going to get GG called. A laser is going to take the opening game of this best of 3. Now I said best of 5 because we've been casting best of 5s all week. I've been casting a best of 5 this morning too, so apologies on that. Almost a misspeak, but not quite. We got ready for game number 2. Alright, some fun proxy hatching action to start us off in this one. We'll head into a second game here in just a few moments, guys. We'll just have to run some ads in case we get longer games, just to be a little bit preemptive on that. Like I say, just in case. As we get invited to Winter Madness for a game 2. Perfect. Yeah, we get this on the way. Get ready to roll. We need Dark back to show us the way. Man, the proxy hatch stuff's been kind of fun lately, to be honest. I mean, it's fun. I don't know how long it'll last for, how good it'll be for a while. And let's just see a laser and trigger both ready to go. MaxPax still waiting for Nice or Yakov in the round of 16. Yeah, that match is always going to be a long one. I kind of knew it when I was thinking about getting into it, which is, you know, kind of one of the positives, but it really is turned into a long one today, so... It's turned into a long one. A lot of other matches happening. Ryung versus Mana, Classic versus Gumiho, Percival versus Cure, Bion versus Shameless, Trigger a Laser, Shin Creator, and Nicarag Geralt is our round of... is our round of 16, plus MaxPax versus Nice or Yakov whenever that one is available. What does Trigger do for game... what does Laser do, sorry, for game 2, actually? Laser's been good enough lately that I don't think he necessarily needs to, like, rely on just proxy hatches and cheeses and everything. I think he's kind of fine to play outside of that in a lot of ways, so... Be interesting to see how this plays out. Let's see those drones starting to mine it up to kick things off, so... A little bit of setting up time. Get going here on Winter Madness. I'm going to send the drone onto the map, so it definitely feels like proxy hatch action again, potentially. Or he was just getting ready to take a third base, but there's no actual probe here. Yeah, okay, that makes more sense. Just, there's nothing here to block it, so you actually get this down nice and comfortably for the moment. That works as well. Lovely. Lovely. This hatchery comes down then, a bit more of a normal game initially for now. It's just going to get that up and running. Hatch just gathers about. Just going to be seeing the Nexus and the hatchery and so coming through. Just going to see the drone coming around as well. And hatchery continues to come into play. Just for a moment or so. Get that ready to rumble. And yeah, Nexus Cybercore and company coming up. A little bit of setup there to start things off already. Just on the side of Trigger looking very normal as well. He chooses to scout, obviously scouting after the fact in terms of timing. Okay, after the fact in terms of the timing of the hatchery coming down from a laser, so no block there. Lings be coming through. This probe is going to be done scouting and moves away. We've got Lings on the way soon, so obviously you don't want to stick around too long, end up in some trouble with those Lings. Things can get a little bit complicated if you're not careful, so something to definitely think on in that regard. As the couple of Lings want to go after a probe for a few moments, and we'll put some pressure on, down, out onto the map, and chase that probe for a few seconds here. The Lings will get through, probe will take some damage. Just gonna have ourselves the Queen and the Ling speed still building up. This pylon coming down into place, the Stargate building, and the Adept is going to be there, still just coming through to try and see what else is going on. Not really too much being done just yet, as we do have the couple of drones gathering together for a moment or so. Everything gathering for now, so we get everything collected up. You can see the Adepts moving through for a couple of moments, that Link speed coming around, the Warp Gate and the Oracle still producing. Let's see if these Adepts can get much done over these next few moments. Definitely imagining that there's going to be some opportunity for them to make something happen getting across to the other side. And Link Speed is about to finish up. So we get that Link Speed completing. And a couple of Adepts just going to get in here as well for a couple of seconds. I guess around on the Adept, and that is going to be a cleanup. So the Adepts both go down. Overall, we lose 4 drones, so Laser is not exactly going to have a free time. He's going to have himself a bit of damage taken. But pretty, only the drones. I mean, the Lings cleaned up nicely otherwise, right? So yes, we lose some drones, because though that could have maybe been a whole lot worse, as we do just have the Oracle stepping about right there. And going. Again, extra drones coming up, the Evo Chamber coming through. Nexus on the way. Gateway about to complete. Warp Gate going to be a part of this also. Oracle currently just getting right back down to the bottom side. Going to rejoin with this other Oracle, which will settle down right here. And Nexus still coming into play. And away we go. Two Oracles together, a few Lings across the map. Going to be the talking point at the moment. See if they can do anything. Doesn't seem like much is happening just yet on that side. Oracle's getting a couple cancels and so a little bit of action on that. Again, the Forge coming up, Nexus and the Blink coming through. Melee upgrade, the charge on the way in, 10 additional drones all building up. We do see the 2 Zerglings just returning back over to the left-hand side, so they're going to pull back over in this direction as well, for now. And yeah, charge and +1, both building into play, just getting that settled. Those Oracles will gather here. Getting land the melee upgrade coming about, the Spore halfway done, charge and +1 all building from Trigger. Still got these Oracles out just cruising at the moment, just looking for every opportunity. They're going to catch a couple of drones off over to the side, but that will be about it for the moment. So a little bit of work, nothing too crazy. Going to pull out to the side, and that melee upgrade still coming up as well. Go back around the left side. Temple Archives coming into play. And yeah, the Oracle's still staying active. Melee upgrade. We want to be a part of this currently. Reposition ourselves and come back around just for a moment or two. Again, the Overseer coming up. 16 additional Zerglings are on the way by. So having that Prism charge and the +1 coming about. The extra gates all coming into play as well. So again, a lot of that continue to be added to just for the moment. As Oracle's going to sit tight over to the side and wait for some action on that to develop. Oracles gather, just going to see the Queen's going to be right there as well, so just going to hang around for a couple of moments. As Oracles again join up for sure and just take a second to see what it is that they might want to try and get done here for the next couple of seconds. Just gonna see the Oracles moving about, so again, a couple of seconds of getting set up just for now. Seeing where we can go to. The Ling's going to take a dive into this mineral line. There is a lot of units across the map already from Trigger, so he's going to send an attack in, as we just see, again, a lot of these units are joining up. The Zards and the Archons are going to be right there, so they are looking to try and get involved. As we just shove in, I mean, there's not a lot of Lings here to protect, and the Hydra count's okay-ish, but it's not amazing, and realistically right now, you kind of need these Hydras to be in better numbers if you want to deal with this properly, and that's just not happening, as you see. So that is going to be a pretty quick shutdown on that one, and that will be GG's for Trigger to go to a 1-1 scoreline with a laser in this matchup. So that big Zealot Archon push is going to be good for the dub, and that will be that one. So happy Classic won yesterday. Hell yeah. No, it was some great games. Nice to see someone like different winning, I guess. I mean, I know Classics won a lot this year, but still kind of like not necessarily the expected player as well, so I think it was cool. Did think it was cool. Alright, Right Rabbit gonna be at map 3. Got it hosted already. Alright, let's get in. To the top right-hand side is going to be our Orange Zerg. Proxy hatching successfully in game number 1, and now ending up losing to the Zealot Archon in that game number 2. What will a laser resort to on White Rabbit here for game 3? As Trigger is the opponent in the bottom left-hand side, who was obviously very happy to get a little bit more aggressive that time around. A little bit more pressure on, and figure that out. Probes mining, getting set up initially, bit of damage, bit of mining to start us off early on. Volcano boost coming through, and we get set for a couple of moments as we get underway. Again, the hatch coming through, the extractor coming up. Just going to see the hatch on the top side is going to be blocked this time, so Trigger gets the probe across early enough to get it to Nylon, which is a nice little addition to previously. Again, drones will just mine. Probe coming over. Again, Nexus and Cybercore all coming in. Hatch pool, drone OV coming about. Overlord heading to the bottom left-hand side as well. Just seeing what is going on right here. Overlord comes out to the sides. Cybercore and Nexus will both be building up. And yeah, the feelings and the Ling speed, a couple queens, all on the way through as well. So a lot of that already just in production here, getting that started in a very solid manner. The Stargate's obviously coming online. Just have ourselves the probe coming down to the low ground on this natural. So just going to get that into position straight away. Nexus just chrono boosting, Stargate producing, the Adept and the Warp Gate both building into play right now. We get a lot of that on the go as we figure this. Yeah, next couple of moments out just for the moment and see what we can do next as the link speed will be done real soon. This probe's just gonna jump mining. There's not really much going on. I guess the Oracle will give us some excitement here in a couple of moments to have a little bit of a look to see what's happening as well. Let's see if this Oracle can find much of anything going out over to the upper right side. Queen's gonna go shooting, and we have ourselves the some test shots coming through. Oracle actually takes quite a bit of damage for only having a kill on it. It's kind of early to be taking shots like this, so not ideal. We have the Overlords coming about, drones coming through, Nexus building on the third base, and we do have the Oracle moving across the map as well right now. It's just going to get that settled into place for the moment. Those drones in that spot will continue to come through. Double Oracle do much. Ling's threatening on the other side, but a couple of depths there apparently enough to just scare things off for now, so not much going to come from this attempt. It's going to be pretty easy shut down for the moment. The few Lings still gathering together. And the Oracles on the upper right side will move around a little further as well, see what else we can do. Still just a few moments of establishing at the moment. Zerglin's still hanging around over here also. The Depth's going to get there. And again, just going to be seeing the Zerglings getting chased away pretty effectively so far. So again, we keep things back. Stop things from doing too much right now. Cyclone's running on one side. We do see the Oracles coming back the other. So salty, man. I can't believe we got more awesome StarCraft one day after an amazing tourney. I mean, it's the Monday Cup. Monday Cups don't stop just because there was another event on, you know? Unless it was on the Monday. But if not, we planned around that part. Glad you're enjoying. Hydra's on the way through. Trigger is just going into the blink and +1 here, so Laser is going to get to Fling Hydra relatively comfortably. Should have plenty to deal with a push from Trigger. In fact, I mean, right now it feels as though he might be. I mean, he's not building any Hydras yet, but he's got a lot of Lings, and he's not got a lot of drones relative to the situation. So it's going to get a little intriguing. See how this pans out. It's going to be interesting for sure. Is just have the Oracles getting right up over on this side. It's just going to take position for a couple of moments. Well, Oracles will take a few shots. Again, a few more hits coming through already. Damage being done right away. The Storms will join. I mean, the Lings are still threatening on the left-hand side. Looks like Trigger's obviously ready to kind of get a bit of a first push going. Hydra's now on the way. A Laser is stacking units. I wonder if part of his plan is to actually just sort of send this with the idea, with the concept of like, I'm going to want you to be out on the map to then initiate my aggression, and then I'm going to try and capitalize. Obviously, no upgrades from a Laser. Not a lot of future-proofing in general in this game from him, so this really is a kind of a, hey, I'm committing to this right now sort of deal. These Lings run through. The Sorgers get across the map. The Hydras, a few of them showing up over here is going to make things a little bit easier. There's a lot of Hydras over there. The recall comes down, so now Laser just wants to probably bring everything across the other side. We'll lose some of the stack defense on this base. I mean, that could be big enough already. Just getting rid of some of the stack defense could be a way for us to just, you know, have enough taken down that there's going to be a little bit of opportunity. So, yeah, that could be definitely a factor right now as the rest of the Hydras show up. Laser, 84 to 56 army supply, but the Stalkers have +1 and they have Blink, so the trades will be efficient. The few Stalkers that never recalled will go down here, so they end up taking some damage. And just now coming in from two sides. Stasis Ward's only going off on a handful of Lings, not really enough to deny anything here, and this is looking okay for a Laser on top of this base now. I just continue to put some work in. The Stalker's going to try and trade back. We do see more Lings going to be flitting across the map shortly. Can these Stalkers trade well enough? Charge is about to be done, so maybe we can get a few Zealots up. They might help. The problem is you need enough Zealots for it to really be meaningful, and that first Maul goes down. I mean, the Zealots should buffer for the Stalkers a bit, but there's not going to be that many Stalkers left anyway. The supply of Trigger has already gone the wrong way here, and that is looking to be Nylon disastrous, I think it's fair to say. GG says Trigger, and a Laser is indeed going to take down this best of 3 with that victory. So bam, there you go. And a Laser is going to take this one away for the moment. So I'm going to take that right away there, and we will set ourselves in for some more games. A Laser goes into the round of 8. He's actually going to play Shin. Oh, Classic Q. Did that already start? Let's see if we can nip across to Korea for Classic Q. It might have already begun. Not sure how long ago those guys finished up their games. They both 2-0'd. But there's potential one of them was a longer game, perhaps. There was a DVT that happened. So let's see what we can do. They're out of game, so at the very least, we will get into some Classic Q. I'm just not sure if it's fresh. Just trying to double check this. Oh, perfect. 0-0 for Classic Q. Amazing. So it's going to be a completely fresh series. Absolutely love that for us. Absolutely love that for us. That's awesome. Brilliant. Brilliant. I love it. 10 out of 10. Alright, so we'll just wait for Classic and Q to host, and we'll be off and away into Classic versus Q for a round of 8 matchup, and then we'll just see where the rest of the bracket is at. Shin's going to play a Laser. Geralt beat Nicorect. He will play MaxPax or Yakov. Yakov did 2-1 nice in the end, so the result finally coming through there. Nice, nice, nice. Awesome. We'll get that set up then and get ready to resume, guys. Thank you for your patience, and thank you for supporting, being here, and enjoying some games with us. Very exciting, and excited to get even more done. Cool, cool, cool. Alrighty. Alrighty, alrighty. Boom, 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 boom. Gonna have ourselves this one coming up in a few moments then, guys. So we'll just take a couple moments to get this ready to roll. Thank you for your patience. Appreciate you guys. Oh, Ellie's here to try and watch me eat food. Oh, yes. I know, that's what you like, isn't it? Oh, yeah, she says, give me that food. Give me it. Give me it. She wants the food. She wants to eat. Unfortunately, dogs can't have this bagel. Do. Not impressed about this news. You're not impressed? Oh. It's a tough life being a pupper. It's a tough life being a pupper, baby. You guys want a little bit of Ellie Cam? I shall give you some Ellie Cam while I take a couple bites of food while we wait for the series to host up. Alright, Classic vs. Q coming in, guys. Winter Madness going to be our map. I'm going to eat, so I'm going to be a little quiet just at the start. So forgive me, but we'll introduce the players. In the bottom right side, our blue Protoss player is Classic. Up against the red Terran, in the top left, it is Cure. Atlas9, thank you so much for the YouTube membership. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for the generosity of becoming a YouTube member. Thank you so much. We'll get you on the tree after this game as well. Thank you for supporting. And we're actually at a crazy amount of YouTube members right now. If I had to guess, we might be towards 100, which is actually really ridiculous. Like, a lot of them are gifted. But, yeah, the fact that we're even making some kind of progress there in that regard is incredible, because YouTube memberships are not something I mean, we mention them, right? But, like, it's not something that we expect all the time. I mean, it's still weird to me that people support on YouTube. Not in a bad way, just in like a that happens question mark kind of way, you know? So, yeah. Alrighty, well, CC coming down, we are just going to be seeing a couple of SCVs going to nibble at the probe for a couple of seconds, so we just get that underway. Get this started off. Manzana coming down, and we do see the probe taking some nibbles, getting pushed out the other direction. Gonna jump on the Saber cam here, guys. We'll have another couple bites of food, so not much going on, but we'll get excited if something does. Wow. YouTube watchers exist. Wardy, WTF. Whoa, whoa, whoa. No. It's like, I know people watch on YouTube. It's just people actually supporting on YouTube is like, wow, that's a thing. Like, I could imagine people, like, I've had a YouTube channel for years, you know? And I appreciate I haven't live streamed for years, but I'm very used to the YouTube channel being an ad revenue generator, you know? Like, I generate viewership on the YouTube, it generates ad revenue. Like to me, that's how YouTube works for us, you know? And that's fine. It's just, it is then hence surprising when people actually spend money on the YouTube to support this stuff. Like it's just such a new concept, you know? I mean, it shouldn't really surprise me anymore, but then it's continuing to gain momentum, which, I mean, it's just awesome. I mean, I was a Twitch-only streamer for so many years that, yeah, like, I maybe didn't realize just how cool this could be. How much it could do for us, you know? It's cool. It's nice. No complaints, just happy that it happens. Classic. Putting some pressure on with these couple of devs, trying to find a bit of value here and there for a couple of moments. Cycling the Marines coming through. Kira is going to move across, put a bit of pressure in return onto this third base. It's just a few Marines on the Cyclone. The Cyclone really gives you a lot of possibility, though, with this, so see what happens. Gonna see a few Marines, the Cyclone just going to come on in together. Like I say, the Cyclone really allows you to trade well here. Then the Medevac's going to give you even more potential to keep on trading, so liking this a lot right now as we continue to put some pressure out. Marines and the Cyclone loading up, escaping away for a little bit of time. Just gonna see the Liberator tank and a couple of Marines continue to come about as well, so we get all of that on the way. The Stalker also just gonna come through for a couple of moments. So Stalkers gather up. Again, that charge coming through for a moment or so. Let's get that established right now. We have the Cyclone and the Marines setting up, and the Stalkers just going to gather once again. And we take a few moments. Seeing what we can do. Charge, Temple Archives, a little bit of everything just on the way at the moment here. To have our Temple Archives is going to be the choice from Classic. I mean, he has really seen success of the Storm where other people have not been seeing success of the Storm, so interested to see how that continues to pan out. And a lot of those upgrades is building straight by. Marine Marauder Medevac coming through. And Command Center is on the way. It's going to continue to build in here over the next few moments. Again, that charge still very much so on the way by, as well as everything else just continues to gather through. The few Stalkers going to come over to the sides and move along for a little bit. A little scan coming out for a moment or so as well. And Storm, Forge, Charge, Batteries. Just little bits of everything coming through. Looking very reasonable for the moment. Can a lot of this set up. It really does just continue to apply pressure around this right side. A couple of Widow Mines will settle here. Tanks will siege. Attack upgrade on the way through. Add that concussive shells on. The Marauders coming up and by with that as well. And you just have Robo Facility, Robo Bay, both continuing into action at the moment. Bringing a lot of that online here just for now. Gonna see the Prism. Sets up for a couple seconds. Figuring out what we want to do. The mine disconnects. A couple shots coming out straight away here. You can see the rest of the Zealot coming around as well. Also just joining up right now. Robo Facility and Robo Bay. Both continuing through just at the moment. So again, that's set up at the moment. Just having ourselves the Ghosts on the way. Vikings building. Armor upgrade coming online also. Little bits of everything at the moment for the next few seconds. And +1. Extended thermal lance coming through. The couple Colossus still very much so on their way up as well. We got that armory building into play right now. Ghost in production. Armor upgrade coming through. A little bit more of this all coming online. We'll see a few Zealots getting loaded up as well. It's just, again, an opportunity to try and find something extra here. Zealots and the High Templars join together. It's going to be seeing the Bio moving around. The Systemic Cross just going to become active as well for a couple of moments. +2/+1 coming about. Extended Thermal Lance is coming through. Just going to see that battery still coming into play as well. So again, continue to get that on the go right now. Two Colossus coming from Classic, obviously going to give you a good amount of splash laid into this. It has been Colossus after the Storm. It's definitely where Classic has seen the most success recently, so it does feel like that may be his kind of game plan coming through here. Continuing with that and seeing what we can do with it all. Let's just have the Liberable siege to the side just so it doesn't get pulled in. 2 high tempo just morphed to an Archon. Again, the Phoenix and the Prism speed coming up, 2 upgrades. He'll be a part of this from Classic as well. He'll lead on the +2. His +2 attack. His armor will be a bit behind though. Scary moment. Prism one side, both base in trouble on the left. Storm is okay, not super crazy though. Could have been a lot worse, honestly, for Kua. Losing the 4th is bad though. Like, losing the 4th base is not something you really easily recover from, realistically, so definitely keeps you in a little bit of a tough situation. Definitely keeps this a little bit of a difficult kind of play out at the moment. Then Classic just falls back as well. Really makes this significantly weirder for the current state of things. Prism with a couple load unloads. This going to be seeing a little bit more coming by right there as well. Just setting up the best we can currently. Next out the front. Just going to be seeing the 3-3 upgrades coming through. A couple of ghosts on the way as well. Still getting the 3-3 on the way here. On the side of Classic as well. So upgrades continue by. Getting big storms in here from Classic. He tries to break this position. Kua as the 4th base, and he's trying to rely on the storms on the right side. Oh my god, the Prism goes down, but we actually get a lot of damage from those storms. It's obviously going to force a big reposition from Kura as well, so his army has to pull back. That gives you space to get onto the 3rd base. This honestly might be the best example of storm usage that we've really seen. Just these new storms actually being used. Everyone's like, storm doesn't do anything. Look at this. You know what storm's doing in these games? Storm is absolutely zoning. It's defending. It's moving units around in certain ways that allows you to then capitalize and take advantage as the Protoss player on a follow-up to that. So, yeah, I do think that that's a pretty notable factor. Thank you so much, Stitches. 0085 coming in with the Prime Sub and Atilas9 as well on the YouTube. I can get you both on the tree. Thank you so much. 1 and 2. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much indeed. As we go into this next one, countdown already on. Get this immediately ready to start. Alright, going into Mothership is going to be the plan. Big map for this second game. Let's see how Classic and Kua navigate it. Best of 3, and in the upper left-hand side, the Blue Protoss, who is leading 1-0, is going to be Classic. Against the Red Terran in the bottom right side, we've got ourselves Kua. Game number 2 of the series here on Mothership. So get this underway, get this started off, get this ready to roll. Gateway and Assimilate both coming through. Rex and the gases. Double gas from Kua. Maybe looking towards some pressure early to try and get something done here would not be overly surprising potentially, so would not be too shocked to see that be the case. That gate coming through, the barracks coming up, a little bit of everything coming on in for the moment as we just have our CC coming around. Again, Reaper Orbital still building in, the Cybercore coming through, so a lot of establishment happening for the moment. Wardy, I missed you so much in Korea. We're a fan of you. Thank you for watching. Don't need to miss me. I'm here. You can watch on YouTube, no? I know Twitch quality sucks, but I'm here every day, casting. So you're not for missing me, or the games continue. Hydra on the 7-stream watch streak. Wow, love that. Crazy commitment. Watching every day. 7 streams. I mean, that we've streamed every day for 7 days as well. So that means you're 7 in a row right now. Bam. Actually nutty. That's some dedication to StarCraft right there. Alright, next coming through, and do have ourselves the Probe, Adept, Warp Gate, a little bit of everything coming in on that one. So we'll take a couple moments, get that set. We have our Probe just going to move around, the Reaper is going to be there. Hellion is going to just come up and get a rolling, so that's going to be a factor as well. Obviously get a Hellion out, that's classic with this 1-0 lead. Twilight Council building in at the moment. Get that up and running. Adept will fight, Hellion will take some damage. We will see the Adept going down, so that is going to be a pick-off bait right off the get-go there. It's going to be nice. And at this point, Blink just on the way through. You do see that Warp Gate coming up as well, so we continue to get that on the go for the moment. Just going to have ourselves a couple of Marines, and the Command Center still coming up as well, so we continue to get that all on the go. Like I say, just get this rolling. Polanovic, thank you so much for the 2-month resub. The Twitch interface keeps confusing you? In what way? Thank you so much for the 2-month resub. We'll get you on the tree as well. Thank you so much for supporting. A couple of Reapers trying to get around. The Stalkers are going to be there to push the Reapers back where possible. So again, just aiming to do what we can in that regard. Let's have the Reaper coming back in. Actually, again, another Probe is nice. As a couple of Stalkers will blink over to the sides. And again, just keep the rest of this at bay for the moment. Just trying our best to keep things as well positioned as possible currently. Again, Banshee, tank, cloaking, all coming through at the moment. The Reaper's going to hop back in the main. Sakura even looking for more still. Not going to stop with this just yet. The UX for regular versus sub message, yours find terrible. Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, I see. Sorry, I didn't see that you had a message above. My apologies. Had to sub to support your holiday shift. I see. I see. Yeah, no, that is confusing. It is indeed not one of the clearest things. Now I understand. I just, you know what it is. Eyes went straight to the sub, ignored everything above it. You know, dollar signs in the eyeballs. Crazy. Thank you so much for the 2 months, mate. Appreciate it. Thank you for the holiday support. Yeah, we got lots coming up this week, guys. So I'm off tomorrow. I'm going to be finishing casting the Christmas Day games tomorrow. And then obviously those Christmas Day games get played on Christmas Day, but we will be live for Christmas Eve games on Christmas Eve as well. So 24th and 25th we will be here. I will not be here 26th, 27th, but I'll be back at the end of the week, Sunday evening, with some OSC Championship. Oh my god, I can't believe it's OSC time. Yes, so that'll be our plan for this week. So today, Wednesday, Thursday, Sunday, 4 streams this week is going to be the plan around. And there will be constant YouTube uploads as well. Any day we're not live, there'll always be a YouTube upload. And a couple of days there'll even be some YouTube shorts if you get excited about those as well. Possible extra little bonus for you all. And again, if you're a big fan, you're probably going to already have seen all those clips from YouTube shorts anyways, to be honest. Reactor comes across over to Water Factory for a couple of moments. Just going to move that across. Temple Archives coming in. The charge is coming through. Can we take a second or so to establish here. The charge and the Storm, the High Templar, all coming up at the moment. So bringing a lot of this through just for now. Getting this up and rolling currently. And Storm coming in. The charge is going to get going as well. Just going to keep that on the way up. A couple gates and the Forge continue to build here as well, so we continue to get that on the go. Charge very much so a part of what's coming in currently, so we get that on the go as well. Again, Stim Combat +1 coming through. The Storm is on the way up. Different bits and pieces just coming through at the moment, so again, a lot of these little things just coming by. You can see the Banshee going to get taken out straight away there, so that's going to fall. Stimpack +1 and that Combat Shield coming through too. Continue to just get this settled in for the moment. And a few Marines and tanks just gathered together, so all of that coming online. Get that set up. Just momentarily. High Templars will gather with everything else. We take a few moments. Stalk step through. Medevac taking a few shots again. So a few more hits coming by at the moment for now. Elazer won. What? Elazer beat SHIN? I haven't looked at the results yet. I haven't looked at the bracket. That's a sick upset. Elazer in the semis? Elazer in the semis against MaxPax and Geralt. That is fun. Jeez. Look at Elazer again. A round of 4 in the WardiTV Mondays. That's sick. That's his first ever WardiTV Monday round of 4. As our Zealots are swinging right here. Classic doing some work. We do see Marines unloading. That pylon going down. You can see obviously the High Templars there trying to come about as well. Just seeing the rest of these Stalkers still continuing up. Seen another Storm coming about. 22 workers killed. So I mean, like Kira still wants to get some damage on the other side. I mean, the problem is Kira, he has army supply. I'm not sure if army supply alone is probably going to be enough to really do this at the moment. It's not exactly feeling ideal, I suppose, is what I'm thinking. As you see that Prism going to go down as well. It's just going to get that grabbed. Up right there. Fire joins up, the Archon coming through, another Storm onto the low ground. The few Marines going to get caught by this immediately. The Siege Tanks getting caught in amongst that as well, so again, just a little bit more coming by already. A couple of Widowmine shots still coming off, the Siege Tank goes down. It's going to be another nice set of pickoffs, so again, just taking some good trades across the board for the moment. Man, supplies are very similar, and Kira still has good army supply. Classic has the money. Can Kira do enough with his army? My concern for Kira is this is just bio, right? There's not tech in this. So a lot of the times where you see the very solid kind of defensive position for the Terran, and it's like, okay, well, let's go in late and we've traded decently. Like, is that true here right now? I don't think it's true here at the moment. I don't think it's enough right now. I don't think we found enough right now is what I'm trying to say. So yeah, a little bit of a shame there, perhaps, as we have the Robo Facility, Robo Bay continuing through. Bioforce comes across, just going to be seeing the Robo Facility, Robo Bay both continue to get going as well, so we get that up and rolling for now. Get this settled. Prism loads just going to be coming down. Stalker's going to go in after the Widow Mines. Going to see a couple of bio units there going to come through as well. So Storm and one of the Marauders. Like I say, I mean, to be fair, Kira's economy is going to be recovering, so I don't think Kira's economy is in a state of complete disarray and never going to get back on track or anything like that, you know. So that should make this a little intriguing, if nothing else. As you just see a little recall coming down, so just going to get a recall going straight away. Plus coming through, that extended thermal land still coming about, the ghosts are on the way as well. And a lot of that up, those storms still coming back into play. We just have, again, ghosts, Viking, Marines, all coming in, Medevac's on the way, Armory coming up, a couple more shots as a drop coming through. And Kira just needs to keep his SCVs rebuilding time and time again at the moment, is the one thing that definitely is going to keep stopping him. Again, extended thermal lands, +3/+2, on the way by. Just having ourselves everything coming in. 2-2 upgrades, 3-2 upgrades as well. All of that coming in just for a second or so. We do see Kira's army still settling into the middle of the map, so also a factor right now. Just a chance to maybe push again. 3 bases versus the 4 bases, so we try to settle it down a little. Storm's on the drop in, trying to do a little bit more. What's up, Shemsy? How you doing, mate? 89 months. That's actually wild. Hope you're doing great. Thank you for the 89. Merry Christmas to you as well. You can see how Rock's going to get taken out. The army going to take a shot or 2 in on this. So again, trying to get some more work done. A little bit more value being created here and there where possible. Again, that Xanthan Lance coming about. Just going to be seeing the Prism speed. +3, +2. All those upgrades still coming online. Fire goes very much so, just still moving through then. So again, coming across with that, seeing all of these units gathering together for a moment or so. And yeah, 2-2, Vikings, Planetary Fortress, a little bit of everything on the way in that regard. Still getting a little bit more built up at the same time. So again, just doing what we can here currently. Start moving through with a bunch of this bio. The Colossus, the Stalks, the Zealots all going to gather. The Templars are going to be there as well. Classic's army looking good. And he's back on the map. I love the double expand in the top right of the map. These bases on Mothership, something you can just get to as the Protoss, because realistically there's nothing that's stopping you from going there. It happens a lot of the time, actually. We really do see those bases being very, very manageable, basically, for the Pros. Very tough for the Terran to deny. Once the Terran knows about them, dropping them is pretty effective, but that's still an investment, as this fight obviously is Storm City. The Vikings trying to get through. A lot of the High Templars are low with the EMPs having come on them, but they do not die, and that's a pretty major factor as well. Yeah, Kyo just gets wiped out here. Classic with a little bit too much. His PVT, maybe the best PVT out there right now. It does feel very solid from him consistently, and it just feels as though he's very comfortable in a lot of these games that otherwise are not so comfortable. EMP comes down, High Templar going to get EMP'd. Another couple of EMPs coming down. GG going to get called, and that will do it, my friends. Classic is going to take this down, and that will be that. So, Classic gets the 2-0. He moves through to the semifinals. He will be playing against either Bion or Ryung. Little TVT that's going on right now, so that's taking place at the moment. So Bion Ryung happening, and when Bion Ryung finishes, the winner plays Classic. Meanwhile, MaxPax Geralt happening. Winner of that will play from there. Sweet. Alright, so I just got a message about something we can cast next week, so just wanted to get that scheduled in. Just double check it's okay. Move that down and put that in the schedule. Perfect. Beautiful. Love that. Perfect. Do I choose not to cast certain games? What do you mean? So, this is just an open cup, so everything's being played live as the games are ready. The only thing we do is we make semifinals wait. So both semifinals are played on stream. That's the only rule we have. The problem is if we say, oh, those are 2 cool round of 8 matches, if you make the round of 8s right, then you can't hold the semis. And usually it's better to cast both semis. I think it's better for the story of the tournament, so Maybe if, yeah, Bion is just already going on as well. So, like I say, everything happens just as it's available to you. Sometimes we'll hold things back a little bit to buy a bit of time, but generally speaking, games just play. You know, the players are just allowed to get out there and start getting involved and playing their games. Because otherwise we have a very long day. So, usually with both semifinals, casted and then finals, this is like a 3.5 to 4 hour kind of length event, which I think is usually very fair for an Open Cup. 3.5, 4 hours. I don't think anyone's ever been upset at that amount of time kind of committed into an Open Cup, so that's generally what we aim for with these events in general. That's what we aim for. Boo, boo, boo. Beautiful. Beautiful. So yeah, Bion is already on the way. They've only been in game 3 or 4 minutes, so they're going to be in game a little bit. Not sure what the current situation is on the PvP. Oh. Looks like Bion just started. No score on this French stream for that, so maybe we just wait for Geralt MaxPax, because that's likely going to be the first one ready to go, to be honest. So perhaps that is our plan around. Yeah, that might be the better way of doing this right now. Cool. Alright. Geralt MaxPax in game for 6 minutes. So we'll just wait for them to come out, and we should be able to kick this off. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Love it. Do 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 bum 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 bum. Sweet. Yeah, we're just gonna wait for Geralt and MaxPax to come out of game, guys. Probably the best thing that we can do in terms of getting into this. It's time and everyone's schedule. Yeah, because like I say, it's just an open cup, right? So anyone can play, but like if you cast everything, it just takes way too long. And at the end of the day, like if you're losing in the round of 8, you don't get anything either. So I think it feels very bad to, if you have to wait for your round of 8 match and you lose and you don't get anything out of it. It's just like it feels bad, you know. So as usual, we just try and be a good combo is that we make semifinals wait for stream, and it gives us a good length of stream. It gives us the length of stream that we need, basically, is what it comes down to, I suppose. So that's the most important thing, I guess. It gives us a good length of stream. If we get good length of stream, then we're happy. They're happy. Everyone's happy. MaxPax 2-1 over Geralt, but only a 2-1. So it'll be MaxPax Laser coming up next. So we'll get into that. Cool. I also have Shemzy and Harlanovich ready for the tree. Thank you guys. Sorry I didn't get there sooner. I was just distracted. Let me get you guys over there. Get this going. I just threw Harlanovich on the floor. My apologies. Back up. Oh, I don't want to stand up today. I've got a hot water bottle under my hoodie. I'm gonna settle my stomach down. What's up, Razorbeak? OTP, thank you so much as well. Coming in with the sub of dub. Do not see a laser right now. I was just trying to figure that out, guys. Razorbeak? Oh, is it Razorbeak? I keep calling you Razorbeak. Or Razorback, maybe. I don't know why I would go to Beak when Back would probably make more sense. Afo taken as well, and Taco Stuff. How you doing, Taco Stuff? Taco Stuff, are you on the tree? I feel like I've not put your name on the tree for some reason. Maybe just because it's just been a few bits here and there, but you've definitely added enough to go on the tree, so... I shall tree you if I haven't already. But maybe I just forgot. Was possible as well. You answered to mostly anything? Cool. Okay, as long as we're all on the same page, then that's okay. I just like I just feel like I presumed how to say it, and then yeah. Afo Dagan, thank you so much as well for the resub. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Do 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 do. Maybe on the tree? Beautiful. You'd love to be on the tree? Absolutely, mate. Yeah, like I say, just, I know you throw a lot of bits in, just a few at a time. Like I say, it just also, I have a terrible memory of sometimes I have added people to the tree already and sometimes I haven't, so it's definitely a thing. It is definitely a thing. Cool. What am I doing? I was putting tags on. Laser is here now, so he's swapped to the correct server. Get this CVP ready to go. Razorback, Afo taken, Taco Stuff. Welcome to the tree. Like I said, I'm gonna have to do a little shuffle of my chair still because I don't want to stand up. My headset's been funny lately as well, so I'm trying not to do too much with it. We'll just shuffle over and find some branches for you guys. To be fair, if I can lean, there's a lot of branches over here that are less decorated. Perfect, just waiting for MaxPax and Laser to lobby us up and we'll be good to go. Yarlik V, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well, man. Even though the 2025 championship is finished, we're still popping with the subs, huh? Busy. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much. I'll be on the Prime. I'll get you treed up as well. Is the tree star staying up? Yeah, it's on the top. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, no, it's there. It's just cut off by my name tag. Yeah, no, it's there. It stays there until the tree comes down. So the way the tree works is after the 24th, we don't do any more additions to the tree. Typically. And then, so yeah, then we don't do any more additions to the tree. Yarlik V, thank you so much. But we will obviously still have some, and then we take it down on the 1st of January. And then we prepare for StarCraft again with my birthday. Not really StarCraft again, but sure. Alright, countdown, guys. Getting going in a second. We'll be on our way momentarily. Ready to go. Thank you for a little bit of patience while we got set up. Let's get into 10,000 feet and get this party started. Let's do it. In the bottom right-hand side, we are going to have ourselves the blue Protoss player here. This is MaxPax. He's in the best 3 here against a Laser, who gets through SHIN to make it into this matchup, which is very exciting, very fun. I'm into it, something a little bit different for sure, and a little bit unexpected. So let's see what'll go down. First probe comes across, drone will go and build the hatchery instead. Watch this come down when we follow our probe. 2-0 and SHIN's impressive. Yeah, a laser with the builds, man. Very creative player. Great to see him seeing some success lately. It's just nice to see someone who was obviously being away from the game a bit, coming back and then succeeding. I always think that's very cool to kind of witness. It's great for us because variety in player base is obviously great, and having another player that's clearly able to kind of compete with the top is really fun. I mean, Alaza's a first-time kind of top 4 in the WardiTV Mondays. So despite this being our 66th Monday Cup, over a year and a bit of these cups, a year and a quarter of these months, 15 months or so, this is the first time we have Alaza in the top 4. So again, a little bit of difference there. And then one of MaxPax and Alaza will go to the finals, and then one of Classic Bion or Young will also be going to the finals as well. Obviously, we'll still wait for a result there on the Bion Ryung matchup. Ryung took out Mana 2-1, and Bion took out Shameless 2-0, so that was what happened as well. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Cool. Oh yeah, I'm observing. I'm like trying to turn my camera onto someone, and I'm like, there's no one here! It's just me in this semi-final. Everyone else, the other casters are on the Bion Ryung game. If you are interested in the TVT, guys, you can check that out. Can you write off the tree on your tax returns? I don't think you can. That'd be a good one though, wouldn't it? The WardiTV tree, get some tax deduction on that. That'd be great. If only WardiTV was a tax deductible source, we would be probably much richer, I suppose. Probably have a lot more support coming through. Overlord coming about. Take a couple of moments just to set up here. A couple of seconds. Overlord coming over. Stargate and the Nexus coming around. The link speed coming up as well. It's just getting a little bit of motion here, moving around for now. And again, the Stargate, the Nexus coming up. Link speed coming through. The Queen and the drones in production as well. So again, a lot of that on the way through already. That link speed still very much so just on its way. We'll get this ready to go. Overlord will be chilling. We have ourselves the 2 Adepts that will actually try and deal some damage. So let's follow this and see how successful that may turn out to be here. Once a couple of Adepts move through, looking for some opportunity. We'll see if there's any chance of damage early. Queens will be there. Just going to push the Adepts around a little, so we do get in for little bits of damage right off the bat. Again, a few drones, that link speed, all coming up as well. So again, just some little bits of everything coming along. As we take a few moments to see where we go next. A couple of Adepts still coming through. They're going to go for a bit of a shade off to the other sides. And there's a couple of Adepts still going to just maneuver around for a little bit of time here. So again, just doing what we can for a little while. Take a few moments and figure this out. That's going to be there. The Oracle coming through. Just going to take a few seconds. Obviously, going to try and shade up to the high ground. The Oracle will be a good defense for these Adepts as well. A good little addition to have. So, like seeing that right now. And we do have the... yeah, a few Lings and the drones end up trading out. 3 workers go down. And the Oracle is going to end up being turned away here as well. So we get the Oracle turned around. That's going to come back up toward the top side. Melee upgrade building at the moment from Alaza. So he's going to try and get into that. And we'll see if MaxPax potentially does anything about it. Alaza did take a map off MaxPax in one of these early rounds of a Monday Cup a few weeks ago. So definitely don't think that this is a... yeah, I definitely wouldn't think that this is just like a one and done kind of like, okay, we got to the semis. Alaza's done for here. But yes, he's the underdog. I actually do think there's a chance for him to take some games and make this a little interesting, right? So I think that should be kind of cool to see what he can do about it. Losing some more drones, though, and that's obviously going to weaken you pretty heavily, so you got to be kind of careful about that. You don't want to end up too far back in these scenarios, otherwise you will find yourself in trouble. And again, ideally, we try and steer clear of that if possible. You can see the Oracle getting a bit of an energy recharge in. The Zerglings are going to come back over, and they're going to head through the center, and again, just try and figure out what their plan may be over the next few moments. Lab building up, melee upgrade on the way in. Let's have a good few little bits and pieces being added onto right now, as those Zerglings still gather up. Again, the lab building by. Just getting this all rolling. The Stalkers, the Blink, and the +1 building through as our Lings gather up, and the Oracles will once again come poking forward for a moment or so here. Try and find a little bit of bonus damage. Now, see if they can run around for the counterattack. This is the moment where melee can be really good. These Stalkers are trying to hit a pre-blink little timing, so already looking to put some damage in right off the start. Going to be pushing up onto this position already. Going straight through with that. Just going to see the Stalkers doing a little bit extra, a little Revelation coming down to try to keep an eye on things as well. Lings still continuing through. Stalkers just getting jumped on for a couple of seconds. A little bit more damage being dealt. Yeah, I mean, the Lings kind of push these Stalkers away a little bit. At the same time, Ling's going to try and counterattack in. Not going to have the craziest of success right here. Just going to see again the Hydra Den coming up. The Ling's coming through. +2 melee upgrade. These Ling's going to go for another wraparound. Obviously, we've got Blink now, and the Oracle's playing defense as well. So this really does start to feel as though it's going to probably be a little bit too much. That Overseer will take a few shots. Lings once more trying to roll back in over on this side, but again, just does not really feel as though that is doing much of anything right now. And I think we are going to have ourselves... Okay, we get... Okay, I'll take it back. We get a few probes, you know. We get a couple workers, so there's a little bit of work being done, but I think the reality is that this is obviously not looking great. In the grand scheme of things, it definitely doesn't feel like a whole lot of stuff at the moment. So, yeah, not ideal right now. Stalkers, having deflected these Lings, are going to start to move across the map, so away they are going to go. Things coming back over. Just take a second or two. And yeah, the rest of these Stalkers setting up at the same time as well. Just going to get back over here. Lings are going to once again try and do their thing. Lings on this bottom side going to go in after a few probes at the moment. So again, see if they can find anything for the next couple of seconds. At this current point in time, just going to see the Zealots joining up. So they're going to try and get involved. They're going to try and get busy for a little bit of time as well. Storm on the way, charge on the way. And that's going to be our next point of this game as we just get that all settled into place. So again, we get that up and running and figure out what our next step is going to involve here with Laser. Definitely just not really doing enough, I think, on the harassment so far of these Ling run bys. He is getting to the Groove Spines, he is getting to the Hydras, and that's going to be his improvement. But then MaxPax is already on Storm. So I just feel like there's a lot to be done right now from a Laser to really improve this position still. A couple of Oracles get up towards the top, going to end up pulling back. The Hydras settle down over to that right-hand side also. So they're just going to try and come back through. The Lings are going to be here still because the Templars will gather up. More Zealots warping in. Battery coming into play just to get defense ready on this fourth base. I mean, a Laser will come in from two angles, right side and left side it seems, but I just don't think he has enough oomph in this army. And this is not a Baneling Nest either, so it's just Ling Hydra. So you don't even have anything that's super threatening to the High Temple. Like, at least with Banelings, you start to run a couple of Banelings through, and the High Temple have to be kind of scared and like, uh-oh, you know, this is scary. This is something that can actually do a lot to me. You don't really have any respect for that at all right now, because it's just not that kind of a game right here. So yeah, it's a little bit of a rough situation, no doubt, in that regard, as we just see the Prism will get deflected by the Hydras initially, so not even going to find too much on that. These couple of Zealots at least will get chased away. A few Lings are going to get caught in a Stasis Ward, so the Stasis to catch a few Lings, a little bit being done there. And +1 missiles coming through, the Hydras and the Lings all still building. Another Storm coming down, and more of those units continue to settle down at the moment. Lings will regather themselves, so again we settle and look to improve. I mean, I like the Dropper Lord. I feel like if there's going to be an opportunity, some Dropper Lord play like this is definitely going to help, right? Like, this gives you a chance. This gives you, you know, some potential to maybe make something happen here overall, as you drop a Storm in onto a few of these Lings. So just try and see something from all of that. So you have a couple of these Hydras getting rid of a couple of the Zealots. Now a few probes going down as well. So just going to be seeing more of this continuing through, and I get the feeling that this is going to work out quite nicely. A lot of work is going down. Natural and main base absolutely getting ransacked, and a Laser is actually doing pretty well across all the mineral lines. He's going to find so much damage, so these drops are going to be a success story so far, which is kind of crazy. Well, I mean, 50 probes go down. The links in the main base still not cleaned up. The main thing for a laser at this point is just clearing up the army, because at this point you can't really respond as MaxPax. You can't really replace it. So a laser puts MaxPax into a very tricksy position, and we're kind of making this happen right here. 50 workers down is such a huge amount of damage. Drop Lord still active with a few lings. Hydroling will gather up otherwise, and all of a sudden we're on the verge of actually doing this right now, which is, like I say, kind of a little wild, all things considered. Thank you, by the way, Andy H69 for the Prime sub. We'll treat you up after this game as well. Appreciate the resub. Thank you so much. Stalker's going to try and get in after a couple of those lings, a couple of the Overlords. Start to go down, so a little bit more damage is being done. And you see just so much Ling Hydra on the left-hand side. And like I say, MaxPax will struggle to build enough up to deal with this at this stage. Don't get me wrong, some of these storms are good, and they're doing damage, but it's not going to be enough. And a laser is going to take the first game. Oh. We are on our way to kind of a crazy little situation, I think. Because that sets us up for a very fun game too, obviously, and then a very fun... I mean, if a laser beats MaxPax, that really is just crazy, full stop. So, we shall see. Winter Madness is going to be the map 2. We'll get this started. Just going to run some ads. Yeah, Andy H, thank you so much for the Prime. Throw you on the tree. Thank you so much. Bion and Ryung still playing, by the way, so their TVT ongoing. Which is also kind of funky. The French stream was on that note. Let's have a look at TKL's channel for a second. Bion Ryung. Out of game. So maybe between maps right now, there between Bion and Ryung, so we'll get that figured out, guys. We'll give you an update if I get one. For now, though, let's go in game. As we have in the top left corner, down a map, it is going to be the blue Protoss. This is going to be MaxPax. Up against the red Zerg in the bottom right-hand corner, it is a laser. Takes that first game really mostly off the back of that aggression that we just saw. Obviously was one of the main parts of this, so that was absolutely one of the main reasons why you see some success there. Crazy stuff. Hatchery drones coming through, gate on the assimilator coming about, probe on the way in as well, so we continue to just get that on the go right now. Hatch and the drones continue to come by. Probe going to come over to the main and do some scouting after denying the low ground position initially. No surprises about that at all, just yet. Alright, hatch to the low ground. Just going to be seeing this gateway settling up. Nexus coming through. Cybercore coming by right there. So again, we get that settled in. Nexus Cybercore coming through. Overlord heading to the upper left side as well. Just trying to see a little bit more of what's going on. Get set for the moment. Yeah, Nexus Cybercore both coming through. We get the Queens and the Lings coming by. The drone coming up as well. Overlord just head to the upper left-hand side with the Cybercore about to complete. The Adept is building on the gateway now. Nexus all coming in on the natural. And that probe still heading up to the top. A few drones will transfer over. But nothing really too substantial to yatter on about just yet. A couple of drones, that Stargate, that Nexus, all coming through for the moment. So we give her about for a couple of moments. Nexus coming through. Just going to be seeing that continuing in for a moment or so. Let's get that straight into play here already. bit of damage output onto the Adept, so we put a bit more damage in there straight away. Some value. Make some trades. Queen is going to be there to push around a little, so a little bit of damage being done, nothing too crazy just yet. Having the Queens gather up, the spores on the way through, Hatch coming in, Nexus and that Warp Gate coming by as well. So continue to get that all on the go here currently. Queens will push the creep spread out onto the map. And see where we go next. Just see the couple of Lings making their way over. Getting that up. Oracle coming by, the Warp Gate coming up. Just going to see the couple Lings gathering in over here as well. So continuing to get that underway currently. The Zerglings will pull back for a little while. Twilight Council Forge all coming up here. We do see the Oracle is going to make its way out up to the top. So again, trying to see if there's any opportunity right now. Oracle will gather in for the moment. And the Queen just going to be there to push things around a little bit as well. So a little bit of damage on that just for the moment. Get that set up to rumble. Those Oracles will gather together and figure out what they want to do next. Obviously doing what they can, but the overload speed is coming, so you imagine this is potentially going to create some potential aggression further down the line here. Definitely a possibility of, you know, drop lords and so on. That's one of the main things the overload speed is typically going to end up being for, so you'll see that being one of the initial choices at this point. See how that works out. And Prism in the charge coming through, all those roaches popping, overload speed ready in a moment. Now Temple Archives on the way. This is no blink, right? So you're not going to have blink stalkers against a roach kind of style here. That alone is going to be interesting. We're going to see the Adepts actually maybe have some potential here. They're going to get rid of the Adepts. Oracles are on their way back over, taking a little while to get here though. There's some low HP probes. We'll see if nothing else we force some lost mining time, but that maybe could have even been better, honestly, from a laser. Even still, it was pretty darn good. First one, the charge coming through, Ling Roach Ravager all building up. We're just going to walk across the map. The Queens are here to specifically deal with the Oracles. MaxPax has a battery. Like, he does not realize what's going on. The Archons are nice. Currently in a Prism. If they get kept over the side, that's an issue. The Oracles move away. Roaches are going to show up. Are we just in a world where we have to give up this third base already? We're going to pull the probes in to put damage onto the Queens. The Queens should be careful because of the Oracles. You do want to keep them alive. Oracles activating now. The Queens are going to drop back down. Obviously, we do have some availability with the Archons to get some good splash damage done here, but they're taking damage, and they're going to have to be very careful soon. The Queens are able to get rid of the Zealots that are on top of them, so that's going to be the end of that little bit of harassment. Not a lot of units at the moment from MaxPax, so we're even going to take the Queens into the main base. The third hatchery is going to die here, so that's going to fall, no doubt. And the Queens in the main are going to just start trying to get some more probe kills. At this point, we've already gotten rid of one of the Oracles, and we're just going to start working our way through a pylon over here, so that's going to be an issue as a laser. Put some more damage out. Work is going down again. That is mostly over in the main base currently, so that's a thing. Are we actually making this happen? It does very much so feel like it, no? It's going to be seeing the Ling Roach Ravager breaking into the natural. The Queens have now helped to kill 21 workers during this. We've got 2 Immortals and 2 Archons, and they obviously can micro in the Prism, so that's going to be a big deal. Oh, the Archon's super close to going down. Doesn't quite fall yet. Yo, the Queens are killing the pylon. That's going to power 4 of the gateways here, so we're going to lose so much warping potential from MaxPax. Never mind the fact his economy's already kind of in the bin. The laser building 4 new Queens, and are we just going to send this? Are we actually just going to keep this going? It does still seem like that is the current plan of things. Ravagers coming about, getting set up for the moment. Just going to see a couple more Crows with Valves coming down. The Immortals are going to be right there. A few more shots coming through. Ravagers trying to trade out. MaxPax is 53 supply overall. We've got more Roaches showing up, but lasers do nothing but build units here. Losing those Ravagers feels a little bit rough. We're killing even more probes again, though. MaxPax only on 26 workers at this point in time. I think the laser is very close to going to the finals, guys. He is very close to going to the finals. It's not there yet, but Man, I mean, creep spread in the main base as well, so we actually have a creep tumor spreading around. It's going to be annoying with these queens and run around a little bit. Creep taking a while to spread. Can we distract long enough to get that creep tumor finished? MaxPax goes for the shot. He gets the second shot just as it's finishing. Wow, that was bang on time to make sure that that didn't become anything extra. Again, roaches and lings still coming up. The rest of these roaches coming forward. They're going to start attacking through. There's a lot of units here, and again, it's going to come down to some Prism Micro. It's a shame that the roaches couldn't show up here while the Prism was busy microing the Archons in the main base, because that would have been a cool possibility. We kill an Archon, though, and some value found. And that's going to be the issue here for MaxPax, is he's got to try and find a way to actually trade while microing these units, and I just don't think it's realistic. At this point, there's just so many roaches, and even if you don't hit the Archon Immortal, the probes keep dying, and that's just going to put you in more and more troublesome of a position as well, and you just never really recover at this stage. It does seem as though a laser is going to upset MaxPax in the semis. A laser 2-0s his way into the finals. That is 100% the upset of the day. Well, there you go. A laser beating MaxPax. And that is going to be what 100% throws this entire Monday Cup into chaos. A laser. First time semi-finalist, and bang, just like that, first time finalist now in the WardiTV Mondays. Alright, I'm going to hop on over to Korea and take a peek at where we're at over here. Not sure what the current dealio is. We'll try and figure this out for a couple of moments right now. So, we'll try and get this sorted and see where we're going to go. Where are we at the moment? We are still in game, 10 minutes in game on Bion Ryung. Let's have a look on the French stream then, because they're at least going to be able to show us where this match is at. So let's do that for a little bit. Head on over to Twitch. They must have played a long game 1. 10 minutes into game 2, but it's only 1-0. So yeah, that is game 2 as well. Alright, I'll just throw this on for you guys. We can have a quick peek at this series while we wait for... We need this to finish before anything else happens, basically. So that is pretty much a must play at the moment. So yeah, TVT, so Bion is up a game, but Ryung is going to be... Yeah, Ryung is up a little bit of supply here, and 1-1 to 0-0 currently. Things pretty even, honestly, at this point in time, so nothing super crazy just yet here in our Terran versus Terran affair. Here in the quarterfinals. The winner of this plays Classic, and then the winner of that plays a Laser, so we're guaranteed a non-mirrored matchup for the rest of the day. Like I say, a laser will be in that finals. That is honestly crazy. It actually is kind of wild, to be honest. Pretty crazy. This is the French stream, guys. There'll be no in-game sound for a couple of moments. Just to remind you guys of how this works. But yeah, no in-game sound while we're just watching the French stream for a little bit. Anyone know if Bion still streams? Bion has not streamed in a long time. In a hot second or two since Bion put the stream on. Sag, yeah. Gun streams are great. Back in the good old days, huh? Anyways, real talk, we got ourselves a little bit of setting up right now. It's gonna have the 2-2 upgrades all coming about, those Marines all coming in as well, so this is a pretty close little scenario right here at the moment. So yeah, just figuring this out, obviously, is a little bit of what we're up to right now. The Marines are going to find a sense tower, so Bion trying to poke his way in. Didn't realize Bion actually has the I didn't look at the mini-map too well. Bion actually has the main base of that bottom side of the map actually taken, so that's kind of a fun little thing that's going on here as well. So he's going to have that going. That's obviously very very nice, because otherwise Ryung has a pretty darn good siege across Bion's bases. Of course, if Ryung figured that out, that would be a little bit disastrous for Bion, but for now, it is absolutely a-okay. 2-2 still on the way up. We just have ourselves a +1 vehicle weapons building. Upgrades finishing from Ryung, so he's going to be a little bit ahead on that 2-2. So that's going to be a nice bonus for him to have already. Do you see this fight breaking out? I mean, Bion's going to break out of this position, it seems. Keeps a lot of his own tanks alive as well, which is very important in the grand scheme of things right now. The Vikings are going to shoot. The Medivac's taking some damage. We are going to lose one more tank. Oh my goodness, that one tank on the top side is so low, but we don't get rid of it. Bion is up in workers at this stage of the game. He's 17 workers ahead. I mean, Ryong, again, probably he just doesn't know about that far side position. And not knowing about that right now is the absolute killer to his scenario. So, you know, he's in a little bit of a rough position just through lack of info. Man, I reckon in 2 weeks, everyone is going to be scouting the main base that isn't a spawn very frequently. Because I really feel we're not far away from players being like, huh, this is happening way too often. It's happening, I mean, if I'm noticing it happening in all of these games, there's no way the players aren't just like, hang on, we can't keep letting this, you know, take place. So yeah, I gotta imagine that will be a factor soon. As the scan comes out, we see those Marines coming around on those Medivacs. They're gonna pull around the left side, will unload into the center. Vikings will get rid of one of those Medivacs. Bion at this point, 30 supply ahead. And now essentially a 4-base Terran because he gets that other base up here. And again, Ryong thinks he's just about getting a 3-base. And the reality is that Bion has significantly more mining than that at the moment. So it is 100% an issue, as one may say, at this point in time. Three coming through. Marine tank lib coming online. Just get that set up for a couple of seconds. Seeing the Marine tank Viking all coming about. So again, seeing what we can do over here for a couple of moments. Put some work in if we get the chance to. Let's move around for a couple seconds. Again, a bit more Marine tanks still on the way in. Gonna go back and forth for a little bit of time here. Again, seeing what else we can do for an extra moment or so. We've seen the tank's going to get fired upon. Damage being dealt. Good tank shots back from Ryong. Bion still trying to kind of press his way through. Still has that air control, Bion, and that's something which he's continuing to kind of hang on to as well, which has been a big positive for him. So able to kind of keep that in his favor is definitely, like I say, a little bit of a plus right now. So we enjoy seeing that for sure at the moment. Like I say, definitely a positive in the grand scheme of things at this point. More tank shots going to go back and forth. A couple trade outs right on that one, just for a moment or two. A little bit extra coming by, but nothing overly crazy in the grand scheme of things. We've seen Bion trying to get in that bottom side. A couple tanks will hold on. Ryong obviously taking this forward expansion at this point is going to become one of our main points of interest here. Another couple scans coming about, and again, seeing what else may be happening over these next few moments. We've seen a little bit more movement coming around then, so like I say, a little bit of setting up right there. Gonna see some Marines and some tanks gonna go back and forth for a few moments too. We are gonna see Bion making a much bigger play, looking to actually break through this position now and maybe able to actually get through this. So looking like that's a possibility. Looking a whole lot better for the moment. I think we are gonna have what we need for now. Bion just up 60 supply. That base in the bottom has done absolute work in this game. Absolutely no doubt about it. It has been one of the main reasons we've been able to carry ourselves through this. Again, doing a fantastic job thus far. There's the few additional command centers still coming on into play. Just going to be seeing the Marines and the tanks still coming up as well. Another Liberator will siege up for a few moments. It's going to set up. Siege tank goes down. Now the rest of these Marines going to start fighting as well. Shots coming through. Vikings get rid of the Medivacs. We're going to take our trades in the center here for a little while. And Bion is going to have enough to get the GG 2-0 into the round of 4. So we're going to get that up and running for you guys next. Bion versus Classic will come straight on through. Alright. So, second semi-final coming in. As we get that ready to start out. Throw some ads in, and we will get, like I say, this TVP ready to go with Bion versus Classic coming up next. So we will get that started. Get this ready to go. So yeah, that's going to be our point of interest right now. Get that all rolling. Like I said, Bion Classic coming up. Winner will play versus a laser. In the finals, that will be best of 5, but before then, it's next TVP. So let's see how this goes. Sweet. Sweet. Alright. Yeah, we'll get this going in a couple seconds, guys. Get this ready to go into our semis. It's gonna be RB quickly, guys. I'll be right back with you in just 1 sec. Righty, guys, back on track. Thank you for a couple of moments' patience. We're just waiting for players still, so we'll take a few moments for that, and we'll be able to go. Beautiful. Alright, guys, just waiting for Bion Classic to host up. Should be a moment or two. I imagine they're already vetoing, so it shouldn't take us long to get back on track on that one. Bion Classic coming up on our semis. Last time they played was that the last time they played was in the seeding matches? It might have been. Let's have a peek. What's going on? Yeah, seeding matches 1 to 2. Before that, Bion 1-2 to O against Classic. I do think Classic's TVP has looked very good recently, though, so I think it's going to be a difficult one. Hey, guys, we are going to have like an unusual winner of the Monday Cup, right? All of the big boys, all of the usual winners are out, so we're going to have like one of those days where, like, don't get me wrong, like, you know, Classic and Bion are actually the players who have won 3 times in the past, so they are both. Sorry, Bion's won twice, Classic's won 3 times. So there is, like, that kind of, like, element of, like, okay, like, it's not, you know, it's not crazy unless Laser wins, but, like, one of the lesser winners, like, no MaxPax, Clem, or Hero, so it's kind of special when one of these other guys wins. Doesn't happen a lot, but it will happen today. A little Christmas treat for us. That's ready to go. Bion Classic coming through in just a couple of moments. Get that ready to rumble. Heading to Ruby Rock. Perfecto. Alright guys, thanks for patience between games. Obviously took a little while to get this one on the way, but we are good now. Apparently all the casters are here now as well. Man, everyone's suddenly in this lobby. I say everyone. There's a few people in this lobby as we kick off into the top left-hand side. We'll start things with the red Terran player. This is going to be Bion. Taking on in the bottom right, our blue Protoss. This is Classic. And off and away we go. Wardy, when have you last changed the YouTube thumbnail for the live stream? It changes every day. It just, each event has its own thumbnail. So like, Mondays have the same thumbnail, and then the 2025 Championship has its own thumbnail. So, not in a while. Maybe start of next year, I'll be freshen up. But basically, like, once I've made one for that tournament, I don't update it, because A, lazy, and B, probably doesn't make much difference. I mean, I think for the Mondays, when it's once a week, it's probably not so bad anyway, but maybe for, like, the 2025 Championship, when it's, like, multiple days in a row, it's the same thumbnail. It doesn't help, but then, yeah. I don't know how much it really affects things anyways. I haven't noticed, like a negative viewership on repeated thumbnails, you know? The map feature the day is, like, 3 years old? Really? I tell you what I might have done is that, when I made the Monday thumbnail for YouTube was probably like a year and a bit ago, but I might have also used like an old picture that I had from like, because the thumbnails for the YouTube live streams are just previous YouTube thumbnails that I've used, that I have like some of the images saved in case I need to like panic make a thumbnail out of nowhere, you know? So yeah, the thumbnails do sometimes feature like a panic, the panic button. So just in case I ever like don't have time to make a thumbnail, or like I'm making a thumbnail for something, I have a bunch saved on my Photoshop, just ready to go. So some of them are just old ones that are ready to go. It's inside and out, really. It's crazy. I haven't A/B tested or anything. No. Honestly, real talk, thumbnails on my channel suck. Like they just don't do well. I don't put enough time into them for them to probably do better, and I genuinely don't think doing any A/B testing or anything is just going to change anything. Like, people are either going to click on the stream or they don't at this point. Like, it's not like I'm making, like, crazy sick, like, player name thumbnails and stuff, and, like, oh my god, people see a mothership, they're going to click, like, it just doesn't... None of this stuff works on my channel for my normal YouTube videos, so... I haven't done any of that for the... I definitely haven't on the live streams. Honestly, I feel like the live stream viewership is already very good on YouTube, so I've had no reason to, like, feel the need to try and push it further, you know? You just thought there was an older map tested bad as clickbait? No, it's literally just laziness / lack of need. Lack of need to do it in the first place. Blink Warp Gate both coming online here, so just going to get that on the way. Just bringing that straight through for a couple of moments. Get that set. And figure out what we want to do next. The Hellion coming up, a couple of Marines on the way. Early game, just peaceful for the moment. Nothing too wild or crazy. As Bion and Classic get set up. More bullet going to float down to the low ground. Adept is just going to be right there. Do have the couple of Hellions and the Reaper going to come across with that as well. OMG with the Wardy React phase, YouTube viewers would double instantly. Okay, in fairness, I've never tested Wardy React faces. I hate this stuff, man. I don't know. Anytime I've tested anything else, it's never worked on YouTube, so I'm just gonna try and believe that's just not gonna work anyway, you know? That's the point I'm at with YouTube at this point. It might actually help, but like, I just hate it so much, I'd rather it just didn't, and we'll just pretend it never will. I just want to cast StarCraft, man. I don't want to mess around with stream titles and stuff. Is it live or replay? On the bracket, it says Classic 1 2 to 3. I think you're on the wrong bracket, unless I've linked the wrong bracket. If you're going to the bracket that's on the top of this chat, then it does not say that. Classic and Bion are in the semifinals, so you might just be on the wrong. You might just be on the wrong bracket or so. You hate the faces people do on their thumbnails? Yeah, but the problem is you can't blame the creators because it works. Like, my channel is kind of unique. Like, my channel seems to like no nonsense, just straight up information, don't mess around. The moment you mess around with it, the viewership just goes down. So that works on my channel, but like all the other channels, like maybe if I did it enough on my channel, it would overall have a positive impact, but I'm not into it. I don't care. Like, I like my YouTube. I love my YouTube. I'd love to do even better. I'm just going to keep it no nonsense, so... I mean, like I say, like, YouTube's just hit an all-time high viewership yesterday with the WardiTV 2025 Championships, so it's hard to really imagine a world where it's, like, being super negatively impacted right now, you know? Like, it's hard to imagine a world where this is, like, genuinely not great. I don't know. Like, it just feels kind of fine at the moment. Like, viewership is going up on the live streams, the viewership on the Twitch VOD. The VODs on YouTube, to be fair, don't do as well, like the uploads. But that's also because, like, I feel like my YouTube's just becoming more of, like, a live stream focus anyway, so I actually think it's more of that than anything else, honestly. So, yeah. Kind of wild, kind of wild. Alright, just going to be seeing the few workers going down there, so some work getting done. Just going to see the medevac boosting around, a few Marines in the tank. Just going to set up for a couple of moments as well. Just going to be seeing Stimpack, Combat Shield, and +1 all continuing to come by for the moment. The Stalker's going to move up. The Marine tank going to have to be very cautious here for a couple of moments as well. So just take a few moments of calm before the storm. And you have, I mean, 4 workers going down. Bion trying to get on the map, trying to fight these Stalkers a little bit. Serious case of if it's working, keep doing it. Yeah, like I say, I mean, I think it's still fine. Like, I mean, maybe I should try, but like I say, I try to do, like, you know, there was a while where Loco told me arrows. If you put arrows on things, it's incredible. Every time I put a freaking arrow on anything, bam, YouTube viewership was like half for that same day. Now, that was before A/B testing, so nowadays it'd be easier to actually test these things, but like, yeah, I just don't like it. I'm done. I don't like it at all. Like, my clickbait is basically to, like, if there was a final, I write, finals, exclamation point. And that just really is true, though, still, you know? Yeah. I don't know. If you guys like the honesty and the lack of clickbait, click on more of the YouTube videos, and it just makes it even easier for me to justify to keep on doing it like that, you know? Bam. Isn't that cool? Bam. Isn't that cool? Bion gonna push forward a couple of Zelds, and the Stalkers will take some shots. So the Marauder's going to go in. The Archon going to be taking some hits from that anti-armor missile is obviously kind of a factor. Bion actually pressing through here. What can the tanks do? Can they absorb some of those Zealots? Woodermines on the right side do pretty well as well. We're going to kite away here. Anti-armor missile now fading, so that part of this is going to be gone. Ghost Academy halfway done from Bion on the follow-up to this as he's still only on the 2 bases currently, though. He has a 3rd CC, but moving that into position when Classic's now going to start taking map control feels like a very dangerous thing to do, so that does not exactly feel great, in all honesty. Stalkers pull back around a little bit, going to just get repositioned here, and we try and figure out what exactly happens next. Prism loads up, just going to take a little bit of movement over here, so again, a little bit of motion, nothing too crazy, a couple Ghosts, Marines, the Woodermines all coming about as well, so just a lot of this coming into play right off the bat. Few bits and pieces of everything else is coming through as well, just going to be seeing this army moving along for a few moments here. Just move about for the moment. Just going to be having the rest of this army coming across, and yeah, we take a little bit of time to settle ourselves. A little recall comes down once more, so again, just going to keep things moving there. Because you have the storm coming in to knock these medevacs back, so Bion still trying to find some aggressive positions, not really seeing too much success with it just yet, though. So not too much love coming out of that, as we just have ourselves the Robo Bay and Robo Facility coming online for Classic, ready to follow this storm up with the Colossus. And trying to make it awkward for Bion, who then has to deal with multiple different, you know, types of tech at the same time, it does make it just that much more difficult. A couple of SCVs go down, so harass is obviously going to be a major factor at this point as well, so we'll be keeping our eyes on that. The storm on the mineral lines, very dangerous as well. Something you have to keep an eye on. The SCVs ran back into that storm, which actually wasn't pretty. Some of them were already low, so we do take some losses because of it. What am I over here going to be nice? Bion going to get a bit of a jump forward. 1-1-0-0 for a couple more seconds, and able to take a bit of a better fight. He carried back with everything, and some of those units ran back into the storm, which is why they died. We have enough to fight these Archons. We're going to get rid of one. We're going to try for the second, but I don't know if we really have enough. The medevac healing doing its thing, but not enough to keep this from being a complete shutdown in the end. Not a bad effort, though. It was a good try. Didn't mind the attempt, if nothing else. Let's just see the SCV is going to get back down to business over there as well, so they're just going to get that underway. A little bit of Bio coming across. A couple of Vikings are going to be right there as well, so just going to move back into position. They're going to spread out. A couple of these Archons going to take some shots. A little bit more to be done here. It's going to be seeing the Archon, the Colossus, going to be a big part of this right from the get-go. Colossus actually going to be going down. A couple of Stalkers going to get jumped on as well. A bit more damage being done right away. Another storm comes through onto everything else. The Bio army taking quite a few hits. Ends up getting shoved away. The Bio now setting up. We see the few Zealots coming through. +2/+2 on the way from Classic, who does take a supply lead at this point in time, and that definitely puts him into a little bit of a better situation here. Additional upgrades going about, SCVs coming in once more. Again, the Prism just escapes over to that left-hand side for the moment, so again, getting straight over there, just going to relocate a little bit. 2-2 upgrades, the Marauders and so, all coming up currently. And yeah, 2-2 extended thermal lance, Colossus, but everything on the way. The Prism going to come up this left-hand side. We will have ourselves a few Zealots are going to be getting picked away at there, so that's going to get through some SCVs, so some damage to be done. 2-2 upgrades coming about. Vikings going to get over here to hit the Prism away. Push that back as well for the moment. It is lovely. Prism will indeed go down, so that is going to be that cleanup, so we're going to be happy with that. As yeah, 2-2 all on the way up. The 2-2 upgrades on the other side as well continue to come by just for now. And yeah, our Prism speed is going to be on the way too. I mean, just more options for Classic. Not running away with this game, but I do feel like his position gets better and better, where I do feel like Bion has had moments where I felt better for him already, and those moments have now come and gone. Those out straight onto this mineral line here, so they're going to get cleaned up by the Bioforce, so we do manage to pick through there for a little bit of damage, if nothing else already. Again, +2 attack, +3 armor, all coming through. It's going to be able to go +3 attack, hopefully, in a couple of moments. Not forget about that. And that might give him a chance to even get back to an upgrade lead at some point of this, which is not really being doable just yet. Just going to see everything coming around. Just going to be moving over for a couple of seconds, so relocating here just for now. Going to be seeing that Prism coming straight back through. We get set up. Again, the 3-3 upgrades on the way as well, so that's continuing into play. And we just have ourselves the Prism will maneuver around. Again, see where we can go to. A couple of Stalkers on the way as well, so all of that coming up right there. Prism continues to run by for the moment. I will collect. The Viking's going to be right there as well. Just going to be trying to step over to this right-hand side. Sense Tower is going to be in a little bit of trouble. Bio stimming, staying clear of the rest of this at the moment. Orbital Command is going to go down. Just going to pick that off. And yeah, 9 SCVs going down so far. Still got the 3-3 upgrades coming through. Again, all the upgrades coming by. Nice storm onto the Vikings once again. We can trade through once more. A little bit of back and forth here. Stalker still taking a couple of extra shots at the moment. Prism just about getting forced away. The Vikings again nearby to try and help out with this. The 3-3 still building through on those engineering bays as well. Marauders, Viking, Medevac, all coming up. Our command center is going to be halfway done. And the rest of this army just in the middle of the map still. A little bit of the Zealot Stalk just going to run through. We are going to be seeing the Vikings going to try and fight. Colossus taking some shots. Storm onto the Vikings, but the Vikings may be able to commit. Oh, they're underneath the Archons, though, and the Stalkers, and combined, that was a bit too much. The Vikings go down without getting that Colossus. That's why you should just believe that it's not going to go well for you as the TLDR. Just believe it's going to be bad. If you feel like you can get the class Colossus, you probably can't. Like I say, maybe good rules to live by for Bion in the future. Bio coming back over, wants to figure out what it would like to do here for a moment or so. Just going to see that Bio gathering about. The few Zealots, the Stalker's coming over. The Colossus is still in a bit of trouble. Gun supply is not exactly great right now. I'm just not sure he has enough to really fight this off. See another Storm still coming into play, but Bion is already busy saying GG. This one is one we're going to move on from and just get to the next effort of this as Classic goes to the 1-0 lead in this BO3. Alright, game 2 in a couple moments for Bion to try and bounce back and trying to give us something a little better here. See what happens. Winter Madness going to be our map. Well, let's try it. Let's try it. Take a couple moments and get Winter Madness ready to rumble, guys. Everyone's joined this lobby. Should not take us long to jump in game. Let's get this started on up. Cool. Winter Madness is coming straight through. Let's get into it, guys, and see what takes place. And thank you. If you're on the YouTube, do consider hitting the like button and the subscribe button as well if you do not already subscribe. Greatly appreciate if you do. Man, we have 400 viewers on YouTube. It's crazy, the viewership rate. I mean, we're apparently on 1,500 viewers on Twitch, although that's maybe the ads giving it a little bit of a 100 or 200 viewer boost. It has been crazy lately. Appreciate you all. Thank you so much. Let's get into game number 2 here, as down a game will be the red Terran player in the bottom right side. This is Bion. As he takes on the blue Protoss on the top left, we've got Classic. See who is going to come through, see if Bion can tie us up, see if Classic can win out. Again, it is versus a laser after this, guys. Whoever wins this series versus a laser in a best of 5. Just a little note as well that we will also have some sponsored content on Twitch after this. It's going to be a Twitch sponsor. We're going to be playing Marvel Rivals for an hour. Twitch sponsors work by literally, apparently... So what I can understand of it is if you guys show up for like 2 minutes to watch the sponsored content, 2 minutes or more watching counts as a viewership on the sponsorship, and we get paid more for it. So when we do switch to sponsored content later, consider checking it out just for a handful of minutes, maybe a bit more than 2, just in case, try not to be too exact, but like, yeah, in general, if you guys can stick around for a couple minutes after, or if you're on the YouTube and you hop over to the Twitch for a couple of minutes, it can just support the channel and allow us to do more. I'll obviously mention that again when we get close to the time, just a little heads up, in case anyone's here now, but maybe doesn't pop in later, but maybe it makes a couple of people pop in, because like, hey, I still can when I come back. Does it still count if you mute the stream and leave a tab open? You need to count as a viewer, so I'm not sure if that counts you as a viewer, to be honest. I'm not 100% certain. But like I said, you just need to be a viewer for 2 minutes, basically. So if you leave the stream active for like 2 minutes and then you mute it and leave the tab open, I mean, at that point, I don't even know if leaving the tab open does much. Like I said, it's a new thing for me. I'm still trying to figure it out, but I'm pretty sure you just have to be watching for 2 minutes. Anything that counts you as a viewer on the sponsor is probably going to be more than enough. 5 minutes to 3 is IC2 going to be there for you. appreciate it. Yeah, I feel like it's not the craziest request of all time. Not the craziest request we've ever made. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. As we will see a couple probes moving around then, so a couple of seconds of setting up here. Bunk coming through, factory coming up as well. Get that all on the way just for the moment. Pick this off and get this going. Reaper, I'm going to get in after the probe. It will go down, and we just have ourselves a Stalker going to get back across for the Reaper for a couple of seconds here. It's nice to get the probe. Classic just so good in this PvT. It feels so difficult to kill Classic's army. It's wild, because when I'm watching these games, I'm like, I don't feel like Classic's army is so good that it's unbeatable. But then I'm like, it is good though, you know? Like, his army keeps on trading so well throughout these situations. Well, Stalkers just going to poke through. Probe is going to get picked away at. Just going to have ourselves that blink coming through. Warp gate coming up. And the SCVs, the medevac coming through as well. So all of that coming by. Marines get to the low ground. And just going to be seeing the medevac and the Marines coming in there as well. As the tech lab comes through, SCV is going to get built. Again, blink and the Stalkers. Probes all coming through. Both battery coming about. Orbital going to get down to the low ground as well. Just come in here with a little bit of the action just so far. Again, try to see what we can do with this. Just going to be seeing the medevac still coming about as well. So, again, a couple moments of setting up. This medevac will go for the drop. Let's see if Bion can get some value in here early and find a little bit of success for himself. Again, rope facility coming through, that gateway on the way up, and on that blink as well. No surprises really in terms of what we're initially seeing. Just trying to get this Widow Mine drop for some value. I like this Widow Mine position there. And it's going to just be one probe. We retarget. We find a chance to retarget for a second. That's cute, but still only going to be one worker in the end. Medevac at least healthy, so I can maybe re-navigate to somewhere else to hang around. Obviously, Classic will very shortly be moving back into the free-base setup and taking that natural after the early engineering bay block. Threw him off position in the early stages. And that prism coming through, Nexus coming online, add a couple of gateways and the battery on it as well, so all of that just coming in here. The Stalkers will take a chance to get back out to the right-hand side. Again, a couple of barracks in production, that CC on the way up, Marines and a siege tank coming online as well. The refinery is about to complete from Bion. Getting that barracks on the way also, so again, we get that all set up just for now. These few probes are going to be backing away from there for just a couple seconds. Stimpack coming through, the Marines and the tank on the way. Just going to see that Prism still trying to find some more openings. Obviously, the tank does not reach everywhere in the main base here, so that's going to be Bion's issue. That's Bion trying to find some value, but not quite able to just yet. Factory moves off the tech lab, going to go to the side, drop a reactor down, and we will work from there. Again, charges building. The team Marauders coming around, the 1-1 upgrades coming up, Stimpack and Combat Shield coming in at the moment. Just going to see our barracks building as well. Reactors all continuing through. Stalkers are going to jump in. A bunker will go down already. Stalkers will just be having to jump up to the high ground. We will see the Stimpack Combat Shield +1/+1 upgrades all continuing through as well. Again, the charge on the Stalkers build up. The Rubber Bay about halfway done. The Stalkers get to that left side. Refinery will begin to take some damage. It's potentially going to go down. Just going to see the Marine Marauder going to try and be a response to this at the moment. Just going to try and hold position there. You have that rope bait about to finish. The charge on the way as well. So again, a little bit of everything being added on for the moment as the Stalkers will join with the Prism to come back over to the sides. Then Bio gathering through. Orbital Command just joining together right now. It's going to be seen that Bio coming about. A couple of the Stalkers going to get chased. So again, just pushing it away for a moment or two. Going to be seen again, the Colossus and that Thermal Lance coming in. The extra gateway is all building as well, so a lot of that coming up. A few of the mules dropping down already. The rest of the Bio coming back over. Just going to see the Forge and the Gates will be the next step as we head into that Colossus play. So it's going to be Colossus before Storm this time from Classic, so going to try something a little bit different up again. It's not like this is, never been done by him, but it's definitely one of those builds that has been... Definitely one of those builds that's definitely seen, like I say, it's been kind of the choice of a lot of the Pros players. I just feel like Classic going Storm first has found a lot more success himself with some of the other styles of play, basically. So, specifically going for the Storm instead of the Colossus first. So, like I say, mixing it up a little bit on this one. And moving across the map. Good moment for Bion. 1-1 upgrades, mines, and tanks to support this push. Ready to get going here for a moment or two. Just going to step in. A couple of Zealots are going to be jumped on. Going to be seeing that Colossus in some trouble again. Just going to be seeing the rest of this Bio still coming through. The Zealot going down. The Colossus getting chased out of here. If you could have just jumped on that Colossus, that would have been huge. 9 SCVs going down on the other side of the map. The Prism over there is obviously a pretty major factor. Being able to get in and deal some of that damage is huge. Still have the 2-2 building up from Bion straight away as well. So we'll have other points this game where he has an upgrade lead. 14 SCVs go down. Kind of needed from Classic because actually without that damage done, Bion is on an even work account with mules in his favor. Let's see a Colossus we can jump on here as Classic does not keep track of that, and so does end up losing the Colossus. And that is going to be Bion actually working his way through this third base. It's going to be Zealots warped in. We're going to try and deal with this now. Widow might as well help against the Zealots. The big reason Classic can break through this at the moment is because Bion has not reinforced, right? So because he's not reinforced, we can kind of just step through this and actually do pretty okay for ourselves. So there we go. Two still coming up. That Ghost Academy coming in. Adding on a Viking. 2 extra Marauders producing through. Just having the couple Colossus shots going out, but now it's going to go down before much else happens. The lack of splash really does feel dangerous here, right? It really does feel like there's going to be a very difficult endpoint of this. The Bio now comes back over to the left-hand side. Going to jump onto a lot of these workers straight away. Going to have ourselves the Bio still trading, a couple more shots coming out. And Colossus firing through once again, so just a little bit more being done. Seven workers going down. That Colossus still very much so holding its own right here, and we are going to have the couple Stalkers going to finish off that Viking. Biono's supply lead, but is at least pushed back for the moment. So Classic still finding a way to survive for now. Refuses to go down without a fight. That's what's up, Berry BP. Thank you so much. 38-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. So our Stalker gathers back together here. So resetting for a little bit. Figure out what our next step of this will be. Plus the attack upgrade coming through. The Ghost coming by. It's going to be seeing a little bit of Bio stepping over as well. So again, trying to chase away those few Zealots, not let too much come of this just for the moment. Bio gonna get in. That Zealot goes down. Now we've seen the rest of the Bio units coming through as well. Just gonna get in after the rest of these Zealots. 6 SCVs falling. Bion still putting pressure on the top of the map. Again, still maintaining that upgrade lead at the moment as well is going to be a big part of this. So having that is going to be massive. We get rid of a Colossus here. Now everything else coming back through. Just going to be seeing the Bio units continue to step forward. The Archon going to get jumped on, and it does look like Bion is probably going to push us through to a game 3 of this series at this point, unless these Zealots can clean up once again and stop this from continuing. Because at this point, Bion keeps reinforcing. Classic says GG, and Bion gets enough momentum early to actually turn things into his favor and to turn this series to a 1-1. And we are tied up and heading to a game 3 then in a couple of moments. The third map coming through, and this series will go the distance. We love it. What we want to see in our semi-finals, guys. We can kick this off into a third map in a second. Everyone's just going to be joining this lobby, and we should be good to go. Thanks for joining us today. Appreciate you all. Hope you're all having fun. As we just have... I think we've got everyone here. Looks good. Okay, one more, and then we are good to begin. Perfect. Alright, set up into this in just a couple seconds. Remember the days when Bion was teamless and won GSL and World Cup, and here he is still? Hell yeah. Very BP, I didn't get you written out during the game. Apologies. I'm gonna... maybe actually have time to do you now for the tree. Because we have a nice fast name to write. Bam. Thank you so much, Barry BP. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let's throw you onto the tree. Right there. Alright, guys. In the top right-hand side, our blue Protoss is going to be Classic. Taking on the red Terran in the bottom left. It is Bion. And it's so funny, because I've been doing best of 5s all week, I keep naturally, instinctively putting best of 5 on the board. I keep wanting to say best of 5 as well when you go in game. Simply for the fact that that's just what we've done for like the last week or so. It's funny how your mind just gets so used to doing something. Like I just completely disregarded the fact that that's just needed some of the time and so on. Yeah, it's kind of wild. Cool. So, Classic and Bion game number 3. Deciding map. I mean, I feel like both of them have got to look at this and be like, a laser in the next round? Like, we like that, no? Like, I feel like both of them have got to look at this as a chance to win this event today if they can come through this current opponent, because a laser will be the underdog in that next matchup, and that's not meaning we should count him out or anything, but yeah, I do think there's definitely a fact of, like, there is a favorite in this tournament, and it's whoever comes out of this matchup. But, like, I mean, you can't discount a laser when he beat MaxPax and SHIN and Trigger. Like, a laser's actually having an insane tournament run. It's awesome. It's what we love to see. Someone different kind of making a run for it. And, yeah, Classic. 3 wins overall in WardiTV Mondays. Bion, 2 wins overall in WardiTV Mondays. One of the lower win players will be getting an additional win today. Will it be Classic, Bion, or will it be a laser for his first ever? That'd be wild if a laser was to win one. When we waited so long for a Zerg to win one until Solar won a few weeks ago, and Solar ended up winning 3 in pretty quick succession. But, yeah, you know, if a laser then wins one, and we're just like, what? Why did it take so long to get a Zerg? And then the laser's coming in and doing great. I guess because we didn't have a laser around is probably the answer. Wouldn't the laser be the third ever Zerg and the first ever European Zerg winner? Yes, because SHIN won once and then Solar's won 3 times. So yes, it would in fact be exactly that. Man, I love that you guys also know the stats about WardiTV Mondays. I'm glad, like I yap on about these stats all the freaking time. I'm glad you guys listen to me or care enough to kind of remember yourselves. Because I think it's heckin' cool that that's the case and that's the situation, you know. So, yeah. I think it's really cool, all these storylines. I love them. Very fun. May even be more meaningful next year, because we're going to start integrating the WardiTV Mondays into the rest of the WardiTV series. So, all of our events, obviously, you know, basically leading to the end of your championship, are going to be a little bit better integrated, including the Monday Cups are going to be a part of that as well. So that's very fun and exciting, too. As yo, Nikkei, thank you so much for gifting us up out to Dime Dropping. Thank you so much. A gift now to Subby. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you very much indeed. A couple stalkers. We'll gather up for a moment or two. Just put some work in for a second. Couple stalkers pinging about again, seeing what we can do here for a couple moments. Get that on the way. Just going to be seeing a couple stalkers picking away onto the bio there, onto the orbital. And just trying to put some pressure in these early stages. So again, keeping that up and rolling for the moment. Do have ourselves a couple stalkers going to ping onto the orbital as well. It's just going to come straight through with that. Siege tank and the medevac coming about also, so again, a little bit of everything coming through for the moment. Let's see what comes next. Similar in that pylon coming through here, just going to be seen again the refining, the reactor, barracks on the way. Artifact still boosting over to the left-hand side, trying to see a little bit more of what else is going on currently. So what's up, Arch DevMine? Thank you so much for the fresh new sub. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for the generosity of supporting the channel. Appreciate it big time. Thank you so much. Just classic coming through here with these stalkers, putting some damage out. A lot of pressure in this early stage. Can Bion sustain through this, or is this going to become a problem for him early? Success if he's going down. Classic. Going to try and replenish some of the stalkers that he has been trading here so far. Only lost 2. And a Cyclone and Marine going down. It's mostly just the SCVs being lost for Bion as well. It's fairly noteworthy. Just going to say that charge on the probes. Continuing through Prism into the main base. Marines and the medevac are going to come across, try and do their part of this. Try and get involved as you see the few stalkers going to come back over as well. So it's going to get those over there and move about. And you have the Temple Archives, the Nexus, the Charge, all continue to come into play for the moment. Nick A, as well, by the way, sorry, are you already on the tree with your own sub? Just because if you're not, I will add you on the tree for the gifted sub. I just thought I would check, because better check than just presuming, I guess. Let's see our Viking, by the way, going to zone the Prism. A couple Stalkers going to be there. Viking will take some damage. Just going to be having the Temple Archives and that charge continue to come through as well. So again, a lot of this coming up right away here. And a lot of that straight online. And again, Stimpack, Combat Shield, and +1 all continue back up into play. So just a lot of this coming through for the moment as we get a couple of tanks continuing to build into action. Charge and that Storm will build for now. Going to see the couple of Marines will get in. The couple of probes have to turn away for a few moments. Just going to pull back out of that for a couple of seconds. There's a few more Marines unload back over on the bottom side as well. And just try to see what else we can do. Just having the... Again, a few Marines starting to fight. And not going to do too much overall. Pretty reasonable little situation there for the most part. Straight away. I see the Marines going to get in after the Observers. The Observer taking some damage as well. A few more shots coming through straight onto that. And the Storm coming by. The High Templar coming up for a moment or so. Just have the +1 upgrade coming through with everything else. And the army going to come straight in. A couple of Stalkers going to start getting pushed back away from this pretty quickly. Now going to see that Storm still coming by. A couple of those Bio units having to go out the other direction. One more Storm coming into place, Concussive Shells and Marauders all building through. So again, we get a lot of that up and running here. And again, a few more probes coming into play as well. Medevacs and Concussive Shells still building. Bio settles in the center. A little scan, we get going straight away. Bring that straight out right now and figure out what is going to be next. We've seen a little bit of Bio will be there. The Zealot Stalker can get shoved out of this as well. So again, keep that away for the moment. Just going to see that Bio going to come across and get ready to unload into the mineral lines. A couple of those probes already begin to go down. I mean, big drop, 10 probes falling, then we just lift up and leave. Gun doesn't try and just fully target fire the Nexus or anything. He's happy with the 10 probes. Has to be back home to play defense against these couple of Zealots that move through here as well, so you got to be on top of this, got to figure that out. The few Zealots keep charging through, the couple of Marines are going to go down already. The tanks are going to get jumped on, the Zealots will be able to get their way through tank number 1, now working on tank number 2. So they're both going to drop off. Again, the rest of that Bio army coming through. And again, just going to fire a few more shots off. A couple of the Zealots will still drop down, probes falling as well. High Templar also there. One more Storm, the few Marines taking some shots, going to try and finish off this pylon in the next few moments. So again, just try and get that completed, taken out for the moment. Do you see the medevac is going to peel away? Just getting out of there for now. Going to be the plan. And that orbital coming through. Continues to set up for a couple more seconds here. It's going to be seeing the blink and that +1 coming by as well. So I'm going to get that all on the way. The Zealot's coming back through. The Stalker's right there as well. Let me just reset things for a couple of seconds as we pull back with the rest of this army. So again, I'm set to go as best as possible. The Stalker Zealot force gathers up. Marine Marauder getting set to go. Everything else getting in position already. I wouldn't mind as we get up this ramp here as Classic starts to push through, looking to put some pressure onto Bion's third base location. Only a handful of storms available. Bion on his way to the Ghost, but they're just, like I say, not available yet, so you don't have those ready for now. It's going to be kind of the issue in amongst all of this is the Ghost, the +2, the +1, all coming up still. And the High Templar still warping in just to see the +2, the Prism on the way about for now. So again, we get that going. 8 workers going down, so Bion at least still finding some damage through all of this as well. So that continues to take place, continues to be a factor in amongst this for the moment. Bion going to split, just going to be seeing the upgrades continue to come through, 2-1 coming about, and we are going to have ourselves the Vikings and Ghosts both producing through at the moment from Bion, so get all of that on the way here. Get those numbers up. A few extra Marines are coming by as well. Army of Classic in the center of the map. Continuing to settle down just for the moment. Have an Archon morphing in on the side. A couple of High Templar will also be building already. +2 attack. Upgrade coming up at the same time of this. So all of that coming straight on through as we just have the Prism. Going to be right there. Trying to settle down the next couple of moments to see what will be next. It's going to be Storm onto the Bio Army. Now there goes the Prism, so it goes down, but this Bio is going to be low before we even really begin this fight. And there's more Storms available, so you've got to be super careful here as Bion. You can't really afford to run into said Storms. We do EMP, so that's the end of the Storms now, but already we've zoned out from the natural, so you've got this little bit of a period here where Bion is unable to get back towards his natural, and this base is low. He's not going to lift it up either, so that's just going to be a shutdown and a kill. And I get the feeling that might be a critical error for Bion, who, if he was going to stay in this, probably needed that base still. Now, he's going to kill a lot of units at the end, so maybe there is still something of a chance to potentially, you know, scrape through some answers right now and to maybe get something going for you here. I'm not going to say that I love the situation. Doesn't feel great at the moment, so let's see what we can maybe do. Ghost, the ship weapons coming up, the Robo Bay and Robo Facility coming by as well, so we'll continue to get that into play right now. Just have those few Widow Mines going to end up burrowing up as well. Just going to put that back into position for a couple seconds. And the Ghost and the +1 ship weapons continue to come through, so all of that on the way in right now. Get that set up at the moment. And Robo Facility and Robo Bay both also producing into action here. So again, we get that up and running. And Nexus coming through as well. Just still seeing the army of Classic. Zealot's going to come around this left-hand side, so they're going to make a bit of a play. Just seeing the Zealot's going to charge in toward this third base. The orbital will lift off. The SCVs pull over to the refinery. 6 more Stalkers still coming through there. Bion still has a little bit of an army supply lead. He needs to return into his SCV. Like, imagine Bion had the natural expansion still, right? Like, the economy is probably okay enough for him to kind of continue through. The problem is, because he lost that base, he's just lost some of the economy that was, like I say, probably essential to really be okay here. Now he's just desperate, so he's going to run through the Storms in an attempt to just chase down this army while he has the army supply advantage and he can just try and make something happen. If he can get to the other side and there's not a lot of tech units out, there is always going to be that chance, right? So that's basically what Bion says he's relying on right here. That's basically his plan. It's just not looking to be a great one, unfortunately, in the grand scheme of things right now. Just having 2 Colossus, a bunch of those Stalkers warping in, the Thermal Lance still coming through. The Vikings up to the top side. The Prism is going to get jumped on. It's going to go down. Now the extra Zealots running into this here, so they're all going to drop. A little EMP on the High Templar trying to come through. Bion making a good go of this. Going to get rid of Classic's 4th base. I love this. Chasing forward, getting units while you can. These High Templar are easy grabs. Force the Archon, so they have to at least be made anew if you actually want Storm. That's great. Bion's army low HP, going to drop the EMPs onto this. The Colossus are going to be very far in the front. The Archon goes down quickly as well. Those High Templar do not have Storm yet. We feed back anything we can with the High Templar. As Bion denying the 4th base, back to 3 bases of his own. Maybe that's just good enough? It might actually just be good enough for him at this point in time, to be honest. It might be good enough. Let's find out in a moment or two. Take a second or so. Just going to be seeing a couple Colossus, the Sentry, the Extended Thermal Lance coming by, Marauder, Viking, +2 armor, all coming up as well. So again, the rest of this coming into place right here. Bio going to come around also. So again, we reposition for a few moments. Just have the Bio going to get there for the Zealot as we jump straight onto this. Again, +3 attack is on the way from Classics, trying to attack further up. Obviously, there are now Vikings necessary because of the movement that we've seen in recent times. So that is going to be a factor as well. For these next few moments, like I say, get this set up and see what will be next. +2 attack, couple Stalkers, all on the way by at the moment. So again, getting a lot of this up and rolling right there. The Nexus and the +3 will come through also. That factory is going to float back up toward the top side of the map for the next few moments. Nexus, +3 attack, +2 armor. I mean, Bion still only on the 3 bases, but it's been a scrappy enough game that you can kind of get away with being on this lower base count still for the foreseeable future at least. So it's definitely still a factor as we just have those next few upgrades still building through here as well. And +3, +2 coming about. Just going to be seeing the Vikings gathering up there as well. So all of that coming in for the moment. Bio Viking going to move across for a little bit of time. And again, the +2 armor upgrade going to come in with the ship weapons also coming into play just for now. And this is rolling up as our Storm comes into play. Just going to put that in position. Upgrades continue straight on by. So just going to get that in place right off the bat. Again, the +3 attack upgrade going to be a part of this currently. It's going to be seeing the Bio going to fly, going to catch the Colossus quickly. Get rid of the Colossus fast enough and you might have a chance. Oh, that first Colossus that was low does not actually fall just yet though, so that's a bit of a shame. Now another Colossus comes in from the other side. We didn't quite get a jump on that or anything, which maybe could have been a cool possibility as well. So that might have also been quite nice. Army of Classics still sets up in the center. We do see Bion still sticking around then. I mean, this game has been a little bit hectic. Bion at this point starts a 4th command center. Classic is back onto his own 4th base as well. Gonna be another nice benefit here in the next few moments. Assimilators coming by, just going to be seeing the army of Bion starting to step forward a little bit. We will see the Vikings coming through with that in the center of the map as well. The Marine Marauder still coming up, +2 ship weapons on the way. Big Bio move to the left side from Bion. Having the chance to jump on some rocks. I mean, Classic's in the middle of the map. It's either goes really well for Bion, counterattacking and base trading kind of situation, or it goes very badly for him. I don't think he's going to work out if he kind of has to engage from this bottom side up. I mean, maybe. I mean, he can kind of engage from 2 angles in a way. There's just so many storms right now to kind of dictate where you are, so you need to try and hit some of these EMPs. It's not going to go well for you if you don't, I don't think, is the reality of this current scenario. If you can get this 4th base up, then again, it keeps you in the game longer. Classic's army supply right now, 142. Because it's such low worker counts, he has a lot of army supply space free, so his army is massive as he maxes out, and that's something that Bion is just not comparable to. Gonna catch some of the High Templar on their own accord, but I mean, the Vikings are just diving the Colossus. That's never going to be pretty when you're diving in like that. As you can see, it's not going great. And Bion is going to have to say, GG's, it is not going to be good enough here in the end. That is going to be Classic to take Game 3 of this series. Going to give us a PvZ final, as Classic will play a laser. And that will be our next matchup. And our last matchup of the day, StarCraft 2-wise, guys. As it'll be a best-of-5 Classic Laser series. Classic going for his 4th WardiTV Monday victory. A Laser going for his 1st. We'll head on to the NA server and get that PvZ ready to go in a few moments. I'm just going to be a couple of seconds here, guys. I'll be right back for more StarCraft with you in just a few. I'll see you after this. Alrighty. You know, they changed Storm to be slower damage and longer, but why do you see so many top players stand in it? Because I don't know if they stand in it as much as it's just like it's so frustrating to not be able to go into that position. And the way that Classic specifically is using it, like he's really going on heavily onto this concept of like he's really heavily building on the idea of like, hey, if I just like storm this area, you can't attack in there. And I think it's really becoming difficult for the Terran players because they're having this tough time with figuring that out. And like they just don't like standing in a position where they want to be, or not standing in a position they want to be. And then it's like, if I don't start standing in it, it depends on the situation. Obviously, sometimes you're standing in it and you're just not meant to stand in it. But I do think some of it is a little bit of the other way around a little bit. So just kind of Classic's placing them very nicely, and it's very frustrating. And he's genuinely using it as a zone control tool, which is what it was kind of updated to be. And you make the most of his army otherwise. But yeah, I think it's like it feels just so bad because it's like you don't want to run away, and then yeah, Arc Devmine, thank you so much. It'll be interesting to see if people adapt well to kind of how Classic's playing it, and to see if they start, approaching it a bit differently, perhaps, because I do think that's possibly a factor as well as we kind of see a few more games kind of develop. So yeah, it's interesting for sure. It's an interesting time as we get ready for this next game. Waiting for Tourmaline, Mothership, Taito, and Celestial Enclave to be vetoed, and then we got White Rabbit, Winter Ruby, Old Republic, 10,000 feet. Going to be the remaining maps for this best of 5, guys. First map, Winter. Second, 10K. I don't know what the server rules are this week. It is Central, West Central today. Perfect. All right. Hosting. Or was it first? Winter. Sweet. I'll host this up for them, and we'll get this ready to go. Who's missing from the lobby? Who's not in here already? Get your butt in here, guys. No missing the finals. Ready says a laser, waiting for Classic to give us the ready up as well, and we should be able to go and kick this off. Both ready? All the casters are here. Let's do this. Let's do this. Perfect. All right, Winter Madness coming through as we get this set up. Go, go, go. In the top left-hand side, it is going to be our red Zerg player. This is going to be the surprise player here, but hey, he beat MaxPax to get here, so like let's not count him out at all. Like this absolutely could be a very interesting little situation. See how this plays. It is going to be a laser in the upper left-hand side, while it is going to be classic in the bottom right. Fascinating that we are here right now. I love it, honestly. I think it's really sick for this situation that laser made it here, but like, wow, definitely still an upset. Definitely still kind of crazy. Like I say, big fan of that. Big fan of that. All right. So away we go. Laser in the upper left-hand side and classic in the bottom right-hand side of our best of 5 series to try and wrap things up today. One of these guys will be a WardiTV Monday champ, and I'm going to heavily favor classic. But hey, like I say, a laser. I think a laser's got the kind of the chaos in him to maybe throw classic off and to get some things done here. So we shall see. There ain't going to be no obvious choice, to be fair. So we shall indeed see how it plays out and what happens and all the rest of it. So, yet going for a moment or two. Going to be seeing our probe setting up, a couple of drones coming about. Let me take a couple of moments just for the moment and figure out what the next step shall be. As obviously, typically in PvZ, it takes us a little bit of time to get set up and everything. So we'll start with that and go from there. Again, spawn pool coming about, hatchery just going to be coming through, the overlord coming in as well, so again a little bit of setting up initially, get this on the way, and get ready to go. Couple of queens, couple of lings coming through, the cybercore and the nexus both building. And the overlord coming about as well for just a couple of moments as well, so a little bit of everything. For the first few moments, just kind of as we would expect it to be, though. Nothing too crazy yet. No proxy hatch yet, and I wonder if Laser does utilize that at some point. You were late for the Laser cooking show? Yeah, a little bit. Laser had some fun games today. Like, we didn't watch him versus SHIN, but we watched the rest, and him versus the other guys was a lot of fun. I can't believe he won the second game against MaxPax. I feel like was pretty wild as well, to be fair. Didn't feel great for him, and then some drop a lord play, got it done. Laser's the GOAT. The GOAT. The GOAT among men. The GOAT among men. I just love that he's in the finals, man. Honestly, like I say, that's already enough for me. I already feel like this is a successful day of the Monday Cup, simply for the fact that we've already got this upset of a laser just being in the finals. Like, that's already really freaking cool. So yeah, big fan of this. As we do have hatch coming about, Ling Speed coming around, so we take a couple of moments here, get set up. A few Zerglings coming about for a second or two. We've seen the hatch, the spore coming up initially as well, so get that on the way. We've seen the Oracle going after the Zerglings, just going to be having the Adept and the Warp Gate continuing up as well, so just bringing that straight into play. Evo Chamber, a couple of drones coming through for the moment. Let me get that online. Again, the Evo Chamber and the drones coming about. Just going to be seeing the Queen coming through as well. A lot of that coming in for the next few moments here. So again, figuring out what we can do with this information. Figure out what we're going to get going for ourselves very shortly. Oracle's want to try and put some more damage in. Is a Twilight comes from Classic, no Forge or anything. So wondering if he's just going to go Glaives. I wonder if it's like he wants to open the siege with like Glaives and just see like, hey, Laser, can you deal with Glaives? And if not, I might just Glaives a lot in this matchup without even needing to kind of go Blink. We'll see in a moment or so exactly what the plan is. as the blink does start. So it is a blink, but again, no forge, and 2 more gates are going to be quite the aggressive blink, right? One of those pokes where you're putting a lot of stalkers onto the map, you're putting a lot of investment into getting across the other side, and hopefully really getting some damage done is generally going to be the idea here. So that's going to be our starting point right now. The melee upgrade, the queen, the lair all come through as well, so we're bringing that on into play also to get set up for the moment. So your Adept's going to take a shade across into the mineral line. They're not going to see too much success, so not much really coming of that just yet either. Not really any love to be had for the moment or two. I see those Adepts still gathering up, and yeah, Ling's melee upgrade coming through now. Obviously, melee upgrade's always good against Stalkers. The question is, do you have enough right away here, especially in a world where your opponent's being a little bit aggressive with the Stalkers? I mean, typically this is the move out time from Classic. You move out before Blink, and that's why melee can be so good against them as well. If these Lings can just be in good numbers, you get a catch before Blink is ready, especially nearby where the Queens can deal with the Oracles, then the Stalkers just are not well enough protected, and they end up in a lot of trouble very quickly. So that's kind of the idea right now. Hydra Den coming up, melee upgrade on the way through. We actually just counterattack initially, which is also not a bad starting point. Stalkers and the Adepts will make their way onto this position, so obviously going to put some work in immediately there. As you do see the cancel on the hatchery, and the Ling's going to relocate a little bit. Melee upgrade still coming through. That Hydra Den is finishing very shortly too. It's going to go double Hydra Den. Surely we don't want double upgrades, right? Like, that would be a little crazy from a laser. Maybe he does. I mean, let's see. He finishes one. Usually when you finish one, you sometimes realize that you built the second by mistake. But right now, it feels like he didn't realize he finished the first one because he's not doing anything. Oh, no, he builds Hydras. He doesn't start upgrades yet, so maybe he is waiting to line up the double upgrades. Muskulgan starts, Groove Spine second. I mean, I guess we go double upgrades, and maybe we still try and hit a Hydra timing out of this. Ling's getting pushed away. Obviously, the investment into the second Hydra Den could have been more Hydras, so you've got to make the most of that upgrade timing window if that's what you're going to do. I think the second Hydra Den was just a mistake. I think he's just forgotten that he already built the first one, and that's going to actually be the costly part of this overall, so I think it's going to be a little bit of the shame in the end. I think that's more likely going to be the issue at this point. And Hydra's coming up, plus some missiles and the Groove Spine and the Muskulgan is on the way. Still no Groove Spines, so still no range on those Hydras to start us off here. As the couple Oracles just going to go the other way around. Moving around for the moment. Ling Hydra still gathering. Queen's going to be there as well. Oracle sets up a stasis wall to try and protect this position initially. We are going to see the Stalker starting to fight. Ling Hydra going to be there. Going to drop one little storm down to begin with here. So just going to begin with that. Another storm coming in. The Hydras would like to try and chase this down. Obviously, this is a scenario where you do want to try and punish this army. Being here, that stasis is massive. I actually think a laser had a pretty good surround coming in, but then that stasis ward right there is going to just say, nope. No, you didn't. Well, yeah, you did, but like it's not going to matter is the unfortunate part. So yeah, that's just going to be brutal. That is going to be rough. And yeah, you do not love that is the TLDR on this one. There's another Oracle dropping down another stasis, just putting that straight into play here at the moment. Again, cannons, the Forge, the Rowboat coming up. There is going to be the Drop Lords coming through, the Overlord Speed going to be a part of that as well. As we do see a laser going to try and get ready for this max aggression mode, which is what he kind of succeeded with against MaxPax before. I'd be surprised if the Classic didn't have a quick flick through of VOD somewhere just to check what happened in Classic versus in a laser versus MaxPax. Have a little idea about the possibility of the drops. You do see a bunch of cannons and battery on the way up as well, so you've got to imagine that is some of the defense we're going to need here as our Protoss try and secure ourselves. Army on the right side, protected by the Stasis Ward. A couple of Storms preemptively coming down nicely to fend things off. Stasis on the left side as well, doing its duty. Right now, Laser just looks as though he wants to try and force more Storms out, force a bit more defense to be committed to already. If we can do that, then brilliant. The Lings, actually, Hydra's getting into the natural. A couple Warpins nearby. Hydra's to go after the Oracles, which show up. Batteries out of energy here. Stalkers will blink through. These units will go down. The Laser does take the chance to try and get position on the fourth base. Again, coming in from multiple angles, forces a lot of Storms to be used quickly is the main idea of this. The more Storms you can be forcing to use more quickly, the less there's going to be overall long-term. But I think Classic's defense so far has absolutely been good enough as he sits at a very comfortable worker, army, and bank count. Like, everything about his position at the moment actually just looks great. So plain and simple, I don't think this is necessarily looking good for Alaza, and he's probably going to need, yeah, this kind of drop-a-lord play to really come through, to really see some success at this point in time, I think, as you see the Archons and the Zealots coming back through and try and get in there once again. A couple of recalls coming down. The drop-a-lords will be chased away for the next couple of moments. It's just going to chase away with that for now as well. So again, pushing this back for the moment, get this chased away. And we go from here. Just going to see the drop-a-lords moving back through. The Fulings are going to be there once again, just dropping in. Stalkers, Archons getting jumped on for a couple of seconds. Going to see that Archon very close to going down. It's not quite going to fall, as we are going to be seeing Alaza. Just he doesn't have the supply to keep this up, is the reality of the situation. This one is going to be done sooner rather than later. It's going to be seeing a couple of cannons going to fire. The drop-a-lord still coming by. Storm's coming down, and the Hydra's taking a little bit more damage all over again. And it does feel as though that is going to be more than good enough at this point of time to just see us through to a classic victory. I mean, we're going to take this fight here. Laser trying to make something happen. But everything he's tried in this game so far has just not quite been able to work out. So no success just yet. As the Stalkers, the Archons push through, the Zealots are going to be there as well. Continue to put some fight in. Laser says GG, going to give up on this one, which, like I said, I think is a pretty fair statement. Because it did feel as though we were on our way to being done. GG's. And we'll get into this next game in a couple of moments, which will be a second game with Classic now leading on a 1-0 advantage for the moment. Cool, cool, cool. Get this game 2 coming up. Get this ready to start. I'm hosting, my bad, so let's actually host instead of not hosting. Just forgot that that was my duty for a moment here. That was Laser server preference as well, so a little bit tough for him in this game too now. 10,000 feet as the map. Wonder if there's anything funky stuff you can do. It's a pretty fun map layout, this one, so it maybe opens the door to some of Laser kind of movement, and so just to see what he will try for as everyone joins the lobby. And everyone's ready. We can go straight into the second game of today's finals. Ready and go, go. Says Alaza, says Classic. And if they're ready, we can click start. Perfect, that's all I needed. Awesome. Awesome. Man, yeah, Classic has been really good defensively lately. He's already been taking some great trades. Saw that in a lot of the games yesterday as well, and it's been very true. In that first game here also, as we get this going, ready to roll. Let's kick this off. In the bottom right-hand side of the map, we are going to have ourselves the Red Protoss player who will have the 1-0 lead. This is Classic. Taking on in the top left-hand side, the Blue Zerg player, we've got ourselves a Laser. Game 2 of our series. Let's see how we go. Is the Laser better than Reno at WardiTV Mondays? Surely, right? Reno's never made a finals. Alaza has. Pretty sure Alaza's done it in less attempts as well. So yeah, I think there may have been a handing over of the baton in terms of European Zergs. Very important stat. Sure, Alaza will be loving it. I made it to every final. True. I've actually... You know what's really impressive, guys? You want to hear what dedication is? I've actually never missed a cast of a WardiTV Monday. Like, every single one of these tournaments, I've been here. 66 editions. How about that for consistency, huh? Yeah. Anyone else feeling the Laser reverse 3-0? I actually don't know what... I honestly think he can take a map. I think he has enough kind of fun kind of styles in him to kind of take a map in this, but I do think Classic's going to win the series, personally. I think like upsetting MaxPax in the best of 3 is doable, right? And is obviously what has happened as well, clearly. I think we're at that kind of point where like that's kind of it, you know. I think we're at that limit already of what's happened and what will continue to happen. Like I feel like if MaxPax and Laser played 3 more games, I think MaxPax gets the next 3, you know. So yeah, in the best of 5 and stuff, I do think Laser can take a map, and I would obviously love it if he surprised me and did even more than that. So, you know, here's hoping. I played in 66 editions, not once in the finals. What are you on about? I'm the finals caster every time. It's sick. I am to WardiTV Mondays what Tastosis are to the World Championships. You know, if I'm that, you know, I get to cast the final guaranteed every time. Like, that's pretty good consistency. 100% casting record on events I attend that I cast the finals of. Pretty sick, no? We don't call them WardiTV Mondays if we're not here? Well, if I'm not here, we actually just move the WardiTV Mondays to a different day. And we still call them WardiTV Mondays, so... Some sort of bias with picking the casters, I know. I wish someone would give the other guys a chance to cast. I will never get over the time Reddit got annoyed at me for casting my own events. I can't remember who it was. It was one of the guys, like, you know, one of the casters that tried to break out at one point, you know, they tried to send it all in StarCraft or whatever. And, there was a Reddit thread that basically said, I can't believe Wardy is stopping all these other casters from casting their tournaments. And then someone was like, what events is Wardy stopping them from casting? And they linked all these Wardy events, and I'm like, yes, I am stopping them from casting my tournaments. I wonder if they thought about running their own tournaments. Yeah. Reddit's been a special place over the years. It doesn't even matter what I do. I feel like I'm never going to win with Reddit, which is probably how it's meant to be, sure, but like, I feel like some of the things I end up getting in trouble for on Reddit are like, very unfair. I'm not going to lie. Not going to lie. Reddit has a knack for attracting people at the bottom at the bottom of the intelligence bell curve. Sorry, I just had to read this out because this was a fantastic a fantastic statement. It's funny. What's an example of something Reddit's gotten mad at me for that's stupid? Well, exactly that. Like they got mad at me for casting my own tournaments, like, because I was denying other people the opportunity. I could understand if you got mad at me because it's like, wow, ESL keeps hiring Wardy. When does everyone else get to cast or something? Like, sure, right? Maybe. You know, I think I deserved it, but whatever. Like, I feel like that's a valid opinion at least. But like, getting upset because I'm casting my own tournaments and the other people are not allowed to, that's like next level of like stupid. Let's be real. There's a lot of things Reddit have been annoyed at me for, to be fair, though. I mean, there was a point where they were annoyed at me for running so many events as well. I mean, some people have been annoyed that... Some people... Honestly, people get annoyed at me for casting my own events a lot because they don't like me as a caster, so they find it very frustrating that I'm the one casting all the time. Whatever, sure. But, like, being annoyed because I'm blocking other people casting my events when it's my tournament is the craziest thing as well. Like, that part is specifically the crazy part, you know? Stalker's Oracle's going to move across the map. 12 drones dead, 6 adepts went down, and that's not a good start from a laser. He's going to try and pump out units from this lacking economy, so we'll see if he can try and rectify his position, but it's definitely not a pretty start as Classic just goes for this poke toward the 4th base. Link Hydra gonna pull back. Queen's gonna be hanging about there. I'd love to see online tournaments have 2 casters. Warrior already picked solo caster, which is fine, but you think having someone else's voice call to bounce energy off of would make things way more entertaining. I don't disagree. However, here's genuinely the biggest problem with that happens, that really is the biggest issue, is that is something which happens, and if I get a second caster on stream, 100% of the time when I add a second caster, the support and subs and so on goes down. Because when you add a second caster, it becomes much more about the game, right? And so then you lose a lot of the interaction with the chat. And unfortunately, the world we live in, the interaction with the chat and that fun stuff and that selling out and all of this is what generates the revenue for the stream. And that's where the kind of never-ending issue of I'm a caster, but I'm also a streamer, and in that regard, it's better to be a streamer than it is to be a caster comes around. Because we're forever better off being a streamer than we are a caster in that situation, like every single time. As a laser going to try the Dropper Lords, but man, he's getting defended so well at the front, I can't imagine the Dropper Lords are going to cause that much chaos. And there's even a Stasis Ward down there. I think Classic is kind of on his way to finding a defense against this, to be honest, to start things off right away. I gotta go. Can if you come back in 40 minutes and watch the rest of the sponsor stream? Yes, absolutely. All you need to do is watch like a couple minutes of it. Like say 3 or 4 minutes to be safe, but that should count. So yeah, any point counts. You don't have to be here for the whole thing. That's the awesome part about it. Laser just not getting enough done with this. So yeah, they're not fully commented in the game. I've kind of lost hope in the laser in this game too already, I guess. The bandit between me and Hearthstone is top tier. It is. But the moment Hearthstone joins me to cast, bam. It's immediately less support on the channel. Like I never get anything more than a couple of resubs when Hearthstone's casting with me. Like barely ever. And like maybe I could do a better job of this, because there is obviously a world where I could probably be like, well, you know, maybe I need to just sell out better while Hearthstone is here with me, you know? You know, maybe that's a factor. But yeah, I think honestly this is like one of those things where it's like it's weird, but like it's just the reality of the situation is like you just can't generate, like people are here to watch the caster as much as they're here to watch the casting a lot of the time. And unfortunately I have to prioritize the people who are here to watch the caster because they are the people typically the people that support, you know? It's a very weird position to be in. Like I say, it's been such a balancing act on my stream for years at this stage. Laser types GG, Classic takes the game. I remember Hearthstone selling out more on your channel than you in past streams. Well, that's because like Hearthstone. The thing is like Hearthstone joins and he like does his part to like help my channel out and stuff, right? The reality is people don't actually respond to Hearthstone selling out because it's like it's a funny bit the first time, but like the reality is people don't actually respond to that. Like they just don't. Like I can go back and go track Mondays I cast with Hearthstone, and I can promise you the level of support is generally down. Like it just is, and. This is not just a thing that's recent. It's not just Hearthstone. This has been all time. Like, this has been a forever thing. Like, since I started casting, like, there's a reason. Like, we used to, like, have co-casters on a little bit more often. But the reality is, it's just not... It just doesn't generate as much support, which is kind of crazy. But, like, that's just how it is. So, we have to play towards that, you know? Like, for example, yesterday, Lambo asked me if I wanted a co-caster for one of the Raynor series, I think. Maybe Raynor Clam or something. Was it Raynor Clam? Or I think it was one. It must have been Raynor Clam. He asked me if I wanted a co-cast. I was just like, I actually don't, because as much as I love having Lambo on to cast, and I'm not against getting people on here and there, I can't give up the chance to sell out on the biggest stream of the year, you know? And that's what happens when you get a co-caster on. Like it kind of, like I say, it breaks my flow a little bit in that regard, but like it just negatively affects that sort of support. So it's weird, but that's just kind of how it goes. So. Yeah, it's just how it kind of plays out. Which is unfortunate, but like I say, so be it. So be it. It's an unfortunate surprise and trend. Two-cast might be more entertaining, but won't get as much support. I think as well as just like when people are watching two casters, they feel more as though like, ah, this is nice. And it's like, I feel like people might feel weirder supporting one than the other. Might be another factor as well. Like, there's a lot of things it could be. But it's definitely a thing. Like, noticed this over a long time period. I don't want to like unlock co-casting behind subs and stuff as well. Like, I am very happy 90% of the time if someone asks to co-cast with me, I will say yes. Like, like yesterday was probably the first time this year I said no to a co-cast. Maybe one other time this year when I had like a headache, and like co-casting is a little bit more effort for me than when I'm solo casting on my channel, because when I'm solo casting I can just chill, vibe with the games. If my attention isn't fully there, it's whatever. But if you're co-casting, you really got to pay attention to the other caster, right? And so there's a little bit of a like well, you know, like, you know, maybe one time my head hurts, so I said no to Hearthstone, but generally I always say yes to the co-casters. Pretty much every single time. If people want to come on and cast with me, absolutely no issue. It's just I'm not going to go out of my way to invite people to co-cast when it does harm to the support of the channel, you know? So I think that's a pretty happy in between. If people reach out to me and want to co-cast a series or two on the day, let's do it. If that's the, you know, that's absolutely fine. That makes a lot of sense. Anything past that, I think it makes also sense just to be like, nope, I'm not going to go out my way to set it up, because A, I have to put work into that. A, I have to ask people to take time out of their day, and C, it's bad for me. So I think that's a pretty fair, like, in between, I suppose, of the whole situation. So yeah, I would say that's kind of where I'm at with it. And I think it's a pretty good balance, to be fair. It's not like we never do it. Sometimes it doesn't happen for a little while, but then we get a few in a row. I think it's a pretty good in between. You guys say make a sub goal to invite Hearthstone. The thing is, guys, like, Hearthstone only wants to cast when he wants to cast as well. So, like, if I make a thing like, hey, Hearthstone, I made a sub goal, now you have to come cast with me, that's also kind of weird, no? Like, that's why it's just nice to do it, like, as a bonus. Like, when they want to cast with me, I'll just say yes. Like, that's why it works, because, like, people want to cast with me enough that I feel like it happens enough, but not every day. So I feel like it's already, like, a decent kind of, like, level. I don't know. There you go. There's some info for you guys. Sorry, didn't read YouTube chat for a second. Is this when the GSL ball guy lost the plot? No, I don't think this is why I didn't say name, because I genuinely don't know what this was, but that wasn't... Crane Olsen was mad at me for a lot of things, which was also included... Like, Crane Olsen... This is... Crane Olsen actually asked ESL to ban me and all the other bigger streamers from casting the ESL Open Cups because we stole the viewership and didn't give the other casters a chance because they didn't get as much viewership as us. That is also one of the craziest things that ever happened. Like, this was a genuine post in the ESL Discord in the ESL admins asking us to not be banned from casting the event because I think he said it was demoralizing having to cast when everyone else had more viewership. This guy was a bit crazy. I'm sorry, like, Crane Olsen was he put a lot of time in, but had an absolute crazy set of takes, honestly. Yeah, no, there was another time where other people got annoyed for other casts. I think it wasn't even like the other casters being annoyed. It was like literally the people were annoyed that other casters weren't casting my events. I think is the one thing that really happened. Yeah, great viewership too for how new he was to the scene. Crane Olsen got catapulted in the scene, right? Like, I think Crane Olsen had the issue of like he got to do a lot super quick. Like, dude got to cast GSL before he did anything else, right? So he got like catapulted in, and I think the problem was he saw major success with getting to do GSL, for example, and was then very frustrated when his own streams took a lot longer to develop and get viewership for. And he did the right thing. He ran a bunch of his own events to kind of set himself apart and to give himself viewership, and he actually got good viewership during those events too. He just got very frustrated, I think, with the fact that it clearly wasn't enough for him. And then he went off the rails. I mean, then he called out Todd, then he called out Hearthstone, then he shouted on Team Liquid, and then he got clowned upon by everybody in the entire esports scene because everyone knew that was a freaking stupid idea. And that was just what he did publicly, never mind behind the scenes. It was a mess. A couple of drones going down, oracles again finding damage. It's 4 workers, a couple of lava, lots of spores having to be built, which is just mineral investment to try and keep drones alive as well. And why do people... If you're observing the game, why do you suddenly flick everywhere and not observe the game? Just go AFK. You don't have to force me off your camera. Just go on someone else's camera. Aye. I don't even know if that's what they're doing, but it feels like it's what they're doing. Resonant Glaives coming up. We are going to see the... Yeah, the Resonant Glaives coming through. That Bane Nest coming down as well. So we just get that on the go for a couple of moments here. Again, melee upgrade, the Bane Nest all coming through for a couple of seconds. So we bring that straight into play here. Yeah, just Glaives coming up, Bane Nest on the way. Wardy farming drama? How farming drama? I've talked about this before. Like, that's just where the conversation took us. Like, there's no drama to be had. Like, you guys can go back and find all of these things talked about elsewhere already. Like, I think the most impressive part is I didn't say any of this shit while he was still around in the scene, because it was very frustrating, because it was really shit. Seeing it all happen and then being the bigger person and just not doing anything about it and waiting for him to kind of blow himself up instead of me being the bad guy, because I would have been the bad guy if I did something, right? But I'm very impressed I managed to stay through it, because dude was frustrating as hell. Adepts are going to be pressuring the front. Glaives is available. Not doing too much just yet. Just going to be having that charge coming through. Templar Archives coming in. Get settled down for a couple of moments. It's going to be seeing the melee upgrade and those lanes all coming about here. Templar Archives, charge, all coming about. Just getting ready to go. Deb's going to go shade about, so we move around over there. So we take a couple of moments on that one. Nothing too crazy just yet. It's going to be having the Adepts still pushing down to the bottom side, seeing what else they can do. Again, Gates in the charge coming up for the moment. Just going to see the rest of these Adepts putting some work in as well. It's just going to, again, put some damage out. Blaze are going to pause. Lag. Not great time to lag, I would imagine, but hopefully we'll get through this without too many issues. Try and get back on track without further problems. I think Bane's is better defense against Glaive Adept than Roaches. It kind of depends. Like, it depends on the Adept's timing. When it's Starglaives, so Stargate into Adepts, I think Banes are fine. The thing is that Banelings, if they connect badly and you waste your Banelings, it's very, very bad for you. Like, it becomes bad very quickly. And if you don't have enough Lings, like, for example, here, the Banes crash into those top round of Adepts, but you don't have enough Lings here, so the Lings that were there go down quickly because they don't get a good enough surround to capitalize on the split. And now, all of a sudden, these Adepts have continued to stick around and traded super well. So it really, like, with Banelings, you absolutely need to get the right connections from them, or you end up in a very bad spot very quickly. Whereas with Roaches, there's a little bit more kind of running around and so on that you can do that helps you out and so on. So, yeah, there's a, a couple different pathways to kind of look at it on, basically, is what it comes down to for the most part, I would say. Those Lings coming running back out over to the right-hand side. Hydroden coming up, +1 missiles coming through. Thank you, by the way, Happy Bishy for the sub. Appreciate you. Thank you for supporting. Thank you very much indeed. 3 drones again going down there already. That Hydroden coming up. 11 more drones continue to produce through. +1 missiles is going to be a part of this as we continue to get all of that underway for the moment. I missed a chance to sell a Surfshark when a laser said lag. Yeah, what can I say? Look, I have to do the Surfshark in a specific way, so I can only do it when I have enough time, and I didn't think I had enough time there. I mean, okay, I actually don't need to do it a specific way every time. I can just shout it out, but sometimes when players are lagging, I don't feel the need to sell out every second. Believe it or not, I know it's crazy for someone that sells out so often. We're not going to have ourselves the Infestation Pit coming about, and the +1 missiles and muscle augments coming through, so Laser trying to put up a stand in this series, down 0-2, and, I mean, he's defended here. I wouldn't say this was honestly the best of situations for him overall still. Didn't exactly feel, you know, amazing or anything, but, like, we're alive, you know? We're alive. We're doing something at least. You know, something's happening in all of this, so that's nice. Question mark? That's nice, I guess. Yeah, it's Oh.
Game paused.
Lag again. Let's take a second then, hopefully get this sorted out without too many more issues, guys, because at the moment that's obviously not a lot of fun. Try and get this sorted and, like I say, back on track for a couple of moments if we can. Ready. So just get through this, try this again.
Game paused.
No, he says. All good. Will we pause? Alright. Back to it. And we just have ourselves the Hydra's gonna get recovering. Put myself on a wild camera there, put ourselves on a laser point of view. That's always fun. As we get back over, and we do see Classic pulling back. Supplies are playable at this stage. I would say is kind of a statement, I guess. Supplies are playable. Got the Lurk Dun coming up. That Hive is on the way. Get the Overlord speed and the Drop Lord coming about as well. So continue to get that on the go right now. And Lurker Den, the Hive, all continuing through just for a moment or so. So again, some little bits and pieces coming up. And yeah, those 2 missiles, Overlord speed, going to be a part of this as well for the next few moments. Just going to continue to bring all of that into play. You can see the Ling's actually going to go for a little bit of a wraparound on the High Templar. A couple of Archons will begin to morph through there. They're going to be able to put themselves in a bit more of a defensive place right off the bat. You see the Ling Hydra still pressing forward. The Zealot Archon going to be there to keep that Hydra force away at the moment. Lurker Den and Hive still coming through. Just going to see that Ling Hydra force gets pushed back out over the right side. The Archon's going to continue to chase, doing what they can. The laser supply not exactly the prettiest at this point in time, so may end up in some issues there before this is all done and dusted, to be honest. I mean, I guess we're both getting close to kind of maxing out right now, which is good. So that's something at least. Let's have ourselves the Storm, the 2+2 attack, shields all coming up. Again, Fleet Beacon coming about, Nexus on the way. Just get ourselves the Seismic Spines, the +2 missiles, Adrenal Glands. A little bit of everything on the way for the moment. Just kind of the Ling Lurker back to the top. Just going to be seeing the Lings coming through, getting us around on those Zealots, and just having ourselves the Lurkers able to pick through those Zealots very easily. So that's a good part of this from a Laser, who is up against a Classic who obviously has the Storms and a lot of Archons, but no Immortals. And are we just going to start base trading? Well, the Stasis is going to buy you some time against that, so that's definitely a funky starting point. Okay, this is going to be interesting, huh? Because we're going to have ourselves these Spines going to nibble up through some of those Zealots already. Just going to see the Archons continue to fire by, so they're going to try and do a little extra here as well. So a bit more coming out for now. Just seeing the Patrick going down. Obviously, base trade continues. I mean, I just don't love a Laser's army for base trading with. I think it's not terrible, it's just not great either. Like, it feels like it's so slow with the Lurkers. Lurkers trying to chase onto this army. We'll see how far Classic goes in the end. Like, does he want to stick around forever, or does he have some other plans? Definitely some options. We see those Lurkers continue to come back through again here, so trying to settle as best as possible. Archon's going to get back on track and just, again, whack their way through this Hive already. So Hive taking some damage, the Ling's coming back through. A couple of Tempests still coming over, the armor upgrade coming up, Zerglings and the Adaptive Talons continue to come through as well, so we continue to get that on the way here. Again, Lair will come through, the Lings continue to build. Just for a couple of moments, those Zerglings are going to come back across, get back in toward the Archons just for a few moments here. Lurker's going to burrow up once again, so again we get that set up straight away. Goes back on track. 42 probes going down. I mean, Laser still has a good economy, but his army currently out on the map is terrible. He has a bunch of money. Does he have lava? Not really. He just built 18 links. He's lava starved with the money to spend. It's going to be kind of the issue right now. Oh, I'm going to make this difficult for sure. see those lurkers going to come back over again, get positioned right now. The Lings are going to move about. Tempest, Cybercore all on the way in as well. Didn't bring that through for the moment. Gonna see those lurkers burrowing up, hitting the rest of these spines for a couple of moments. Just going to be seeing those lurkers continue to come through. The Tempest is going to be the lurkers taking a bit more damage as well. We do have the Hydras and company are going to be continuing to build on through. So that Hydra Den coming up, we get that on the way. Just going to see a couple more of these lurkers going to burrow over here once again. So again, a little bit more action on that right from the get-go. Mothership, gates, probes, all building through. And those lurkers coming up as well, so we get that on the way. Looking good. If we can get the lurkers back and get more lurker production on the way, then, you know, basically we can use this money, and that would be the big issue right now, kind of, you know, overcome, basically. So that's what we're looking to try and get past for the moment here. Can the Hydras, the lurkers, all coming through. That hive going to be a factor, just again, get rebuilt at this point in time. Lurkers do have their upgrades, so maybe just some extra possibilities as we get to this hive tech. Maybe a chance to see some things happen in that regard. And the glaives coming through alongside everything else for the moment. The ship will pop out. Again, the +2 melee and that carapace still coming through here. We've got a few more Hydras coming up. The Groove Spines on the way. Continue to get that going right now as we take a couple of seconds. And that Tempest and the Archon's going to come over as well. Just going to get set over here for a couple moments and figure out what we can do next. And again, those Archons still building through. So we get that ready to go in the next couple of seconds. Archons will step straight over. It's going to be having, again, the +2 melee, +1 carapace, both coming online as well, so all of that comes into play. Lurkers burrow. Lurkers and burrow just going to be moving back around, and we just have ourselves a couple Tempest shots from afar, able to fire through for the moment. Again, getting some shots off right now. 2.2k gas, minerals, 1k gas available. Classic Zombie still looking good, but obviously we've got Lurkers across the map again. Classic Zombie going to get jumped on a little bit here. Hydras are trying to be the answer to the Tempests. Actually got a lot of damage done before we got a response going there, so it went a little bit better than I thought it was about to, in all honesty. We're going to recall back into this main base to deal with these lurkers. I imagine we unburrow a bunch of these and just run for it. Probably leaving them here as the Mothership has the cloaking up, though. Yeah. Problem is, you got units coming in from the other side, so Laser has to try and turn this into a fight that works for him. I mean, these Archons basically get a full surround on the lurkers. That should be good. At the same time, however, on the other side of the map, we've got the Hydras pushing through, the Lurkers and the Hydras both combining to get through a bunch of this. I mean, the Nexus is going to go down already. A couple Storms coming by as well. We continue to put some pressure in. Just going to be seeing these Archons still moving across. The Nexus is going to come into position. Gets cancelled straight away as Classic maybe got a little bit ahead of himself there. Supply for Laser looking pretty reasonable in all honesty. Could be a whole lot worse right now. Is 179 and 137. It's just a question of, is his army good enough to make this happen? Like, that is the real question overall at the end of this right now. Like, is the army good enough to make this happen long term here? And yeah, I don't know if we have an answer to that just yet, to be honest. Like, that's something we're still waiting on an answer to. Archons come over, a couple of Lurkers are going to get jumped on. We are going to be seeing a little Hydra boost pulling us back for a little while. 2 more Nexus on the way in. Obviously, Classic is re-establishing both those lost bases, Central and Natural. A Laser. I mean, he finally got to the point where he was able to spend that money, is what it comes down to. That's what he needed to kind of get back to overall. These Lings on the counterattack going to find the Natural again, maybe. A Laser is also going to get the cancel on the 5th base, so both the bases we try and rebuild to from Classic get denied once more. 18 minutes in here on White Rabbit. Okay. Things just going to get through. A couple of Zelds are going to get jumped on. 2 more Zelds still warping in. The cannon going to try and be active. We do kill the Stargate and the Gateway on that with that pylon going down. Hydra again picked apart. Just going to see a couple more of these bits and pieces coming through. The Lings looking for a wraparound on the Archon still. Obviously, it's taking a bunch more damage as well. Mothership is going to be in some trouble. Is just going to push through. Hydras, Lurkers, seeing what they can do. The Overseer's overhead. The Time Warp is going to come down. The laser pushed away. Classic hanging on in there with 54 army supply. An air army that's not dying, but an air army that does not have good damage output. If the Hydras get underneath it, it's probably doomed, in all honesty. It's going to be a recall home as we're going to maybe try and deal with the counterattack of units. It's Lings and Lurkers over there. There are High Templars over here, so we are going to have some Storms available too, so that also is important right now. Bunch of cancels on that left side. Again, Classic doesn't have the bases for a long game. Going to get the Revelation down here so we can hit these Lurkers and obviously force them to keep moving back. These probes have to long distance. They've got nowhere better to be, but now Hydra's going to arrive on the top left. Cannons will buy some time. The Lings have Adrenal? Yes, they do, but they're only +2 melee. Now when they hit +3, they'll probably seem a little bit better. Just going to see that Oracle going down. Just going to be having these Hydras in a good spot. We're going to pop. I mean, we have a couple of Overseers, but if we lost them to the Storms, then we would not be able to deal with the fact that, yeah, we actually wouldn't be able to deal with the fact that those units were cloaked, right? So something to think on. Cannon's going to come down again. A rebuild in the top left as we try and get the stack defense on the base we need to defend here as Classic for this point of time. A few more Lurkers morphing in. The Hydra's still going to be there. We do have our Tempest joining back together. And Archons, High Templars, Mothership all collecting at the front in the next couple of moments. So everything joining in over here. That Nexus coming through. 7 Lurkers, the couple of Vipers going to come up as well right now. We do have the Hydras continuing to build as the extra cannons are producing. We're just going to be seeing our Nexus coming about as well. Hydras on the way, Vipers coming through, +2 Carapace on the way up as well here. Yeah, the +2 Carapace from the laser, a nice addition, because at this point you may as well get whatever upgrades you can get. Classic's army is still good, and that's a laser's issue. But can a laser just keep knocking bases down and keep Classic from eventually having a rebuild and a chance to kind of stay in this game long term? That's the big question mark at the end of the day, I think. A couple Tempests there doing well. The Hydra step forward, a couple of those cannons immediately in some trouble. So cannons start to go down. There's odds on the Archons looking as though they maybe want to come across here as well. More shots coming through. The Lurkers are going to step further forward. Tempest want to come across down this bottom side. Again, a couple of shots coming in. The Viper's going to be taking some damage. Okay, I mean, we get rid of a bunch of the Tempest. That's good. We lunge away from the Storm. And the laser gets back out to the upper left-hand side. At the same time, the laser already denied, again, this base over here, so that's just not allowed from Classic. 77 to 112 army supply right now is not feeling good if your name is Classic. And this game might be, I mean, he's about to lose this base. All these probes here actually could maybe be a better target even at first. He kills 19 of them, and then the Nexus goes down too. Classic has no mining, and he has Nylon all in across the map in the next few moments because he has nothing else he can really do here apart from push across the map. Like, this is the state we're at. This is the option we've come down to. It is now push or die trying, as you do see the couple of Archons. Just going to force the Vipers away. A couple of Spine Crawlers are poking. You see the Hydra's going to try and fight. We have ducked in one of the Tempests. We see the High Templar again poked at still. Storm still right there. Going to drop another Time Warp into position. The unit's going to try and spread around as a laser just wants to be cautious, careful, take the best fight he can. Even if that involves waiting, he is in no rush. He is putting his opponent into the all-in spot, so he has got time if he wants to take time. He will kill the High Templar off. The Hydras get rid of the Tempest, and a laser will take a Game 3 of this series, and we will not be done after 3. We will go to the 4th map here of this grand final. Thank you, Happy Bishi, for the sub coming through as well, as we'll get Game 4 up in a moment. Get this ready to go. As a laser will take us onto Ruby Rock. So, let's see if a laser can get back on track. Ruby Rock will be Classic server preference again. I'll go hang this on the tree. Alright, Classic in here, waiting for a laser to join us, and we'll be good to go for Ruby Rock in just a couple of moments, guys. Do, 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 do. Ready, ready, perfect. Let's jump into this, guys. Let's get it done. Beautiful. Ooh, yeah. All right. Let's get after it. Ruby Rock coming up. Kick this off. Get this underway. Let's get this going. Oh, sorry, guys. I didn't run ads. My apologies. I forgot to press the ad button. Guys on Twitch, I'm super sorry. You're going to get added over the first minute, a couple minutes of this game. I apologize. My bad. I meant to press ads when we came out of game, and I did not. I must have misclicked. My bad. This is where we get the 12 pool game. Okay, no 12 pool. Top left side of the map, it is going to be the orange Zerg player, a laser. That's in the bottom right. Our red Protoss is going to be classic. Adge. I love the Adge. We should make this a... an emote, honestly. It's the best meme I've seen in a while. Alright, Lizard got a map? I believed he could get a map. I really did. I really thought he had a map in him in this series, so... I believe it. It's a 7TV emote, really? I don't use all these non-twitchy emote things. I was a boomer on these things, I don't know. It just seems so... I don't know. I didn't realize when people were typing all this stuff in chat for a few years that they were actually spamming emotes. I just thought they were funny words, you know? Still getting me. Subscribe now for 2 minutes of hot probe action. You got it. You could, yeah, you're selling it. I love it. How I should do the sellouts. Do you guys want to see the first 3 minutes of mining in a PvZ? Subscribe now. Bam! Adverts. Boom. Hot probe on drone action. Psychons on the 10 stream watch streak. Love it. The best part is, guys, in a minute, when everyone comes out of ads, I'm then going to do the sellout. Yeah, I'm going to hit them with the sellout after the ads. I'm going to make it look real natural. I'm just going to pretend it just so happens that when the ad time is up, I'm just happen to be talking about the Patreon, you know? I'm watching the timer intently while this Overlord scouts and the Adept moves over the map, and not much else really takes place just yet. Scarlet on the 15 stream watch streak. Psychons, you just got shut down. Bam, 10 out the way. Here's a 15. Owned, literally. Actually owned. But you guys know what a really, really cool thing is? You guys want to know what really is sick? The WardiTV Patreon. Because anytime you guys pledge on the WardiTV Patreon at patreon.com/WardiTV, you can hit... you can see. You can't hit anything, actually. So if you're looking for violence, actually not what I meant. So you're going to have to look elsewhere. Oh, well, you can hit us up, I guess, with some money. And what we do with that money is we put it into tournament prize pools. So if you guys want to support more WardiTV tournaments, if you enjoy the WardiTV Mondays and the other events, do check out the WardiTV Patreon at patreon.com/WardiTV. That is our official crowdfunding mechanism for the 2026 WardiTV series, which will span across WardiTV Mondays as well as all of our larger events. So do check out the Patreon at patreon.com/WardiTV if you want to help us to do more of these events and keep on running them and getting the prize pools to what they have been at recently. If you want to keep that going for us, then do consider supporting the Patreon page. Appreciate it if you do. Like I say, it's one of the best ways to guarantee that we can support more tournaments. Thanks for listening. to the Patreon sellout section. Patreon is currently at an all-time high. We're almost at $1,100, which is amazing. Nearly there. Nearly there. Loving it. I just opened my phone and saw a massive PayPal, and I was like, "Whoa! Did someone just drop an insane donation?" But it was actually just a payment from one of my sponsorships. I was like, "Holy shit! Did I miss that?" I was like, "Oh no, it was something else." I did a double take for half a second there. All right. Blink coming through, we get settled in for a few moments. We've seen a couple oracles hanging about, land the Rotron coming through. I have the blink coming by, just gonna get this all set up, get this underway. Seeing where we go to next, we just have, again, that Overlord speed coming through, the Temple Archives coming up, the Lings are making their way down the right-hand side, so Laser going for a big shove across the map with these Lings. He's getting the Overlord speed up, he's getting the Roaches on the way, the Drop Lord is going to be a commitment from a Laser here on Ruby Rock to try and end this series. There will be Blink in time for defending against this attack, so I think that's going to make this very difficult for a Laser to succeed with. I feel like Blink is just so good, especially when you're playing Roaches. Like, Blink is just so capable of dealing with these and trading well. Let's see what's happening. Hey, Nicolator, thank you so much for the 73-month resub on the Twitch channel. Appreciate you. Get you on the tree after this game, which may not take very long because, as you can see, the Overlords are setting off. The Queens are coming, the Roach Ravager Ling is coming. And the Laser looks to try and end this game number 4 quickly here on Ruby Rock as we attack on in. Stalkers already have their blink, no attack upgrade or anything. We are going to be already on 4 gateways, so it's a good amount of Stalkers we can warp in as well. Link's trying to get a catch there, forces the blink back. We can take a step away for a moment here as a Laser, drop a couple of corrosive vials. Not really close with the Queens for the Oracles. The Oracles should be able, I mean, the Queens need to step further forward and probably get a bit more creep going. The Drop Lord's going to get killed, so that's not going to be a creep reliant kind of source. We did drop a creep tumor down at least. We're going to start getting a couple of workers, but Classic is already just continuing to trade very well at the moment. Able to do a great job of keeping this back and holding this off. Just going to see these Stalkers still taking a bunch of damage as well, so they're taking some damage, but they're still just blinking away out of trouble, and the supply is still in the Laser's favor, but I really don't think it's going to be staying there for too long. 46, 45 to 21, maybe. Maybe. The probes start taking damage here. Do we have vials for the warp in Stalkers? We do. Do we have a blink away? We do not. Double Stalker kill on that Bile. That's not bad at all. There's a Laser now. 56 to 17 army supply. Did I underestimate the Roach Ravager? I think I might have done a little bit because I actually thought this was already getting cleaned up a little bit, to be honest. And alas, that is clearly not the case. A Laser 60 to 16 army supply is clearly looking pretty okay at the moment, as we are going to be seeing the Ravagers pulling away. The Roachling still producing through. A few more Stalkers warp in. A Laser takes a second, which is not a bad thing at this point, I think. Take a couple of moments just to reset and regather everything and then just go with another big surge. You're going to have a significant amount more than your opponent. And Classic's not in a great spot because it's not like, again, he has upgrades to work with either. He's going to try Star +1 in Storm. But this next wave is going to be brutal because, like I say, a Laser, by stopping and gathering together, it's going to really pack a punch when he hits at the front right here. It's going to be seeing other Lings looking to threaten those Stalkers. Archon morphing in is going to be a great Bile target. Maybe we have some Biles left over for the Stalkers. We do. We kill another one right there. Already blinking those units back, and Lings are on top of them, so those Stalkers are just in trouble. Classic going to lose pylons, damage on the Nexus, and we're on the verge of losing this third base. There's no way we get away with losing the third base in this game. We have traded so badly to lose the third base. There's just no recovery from that, I'm pretty sure. As we are going to see 13 workers going down. Just going to see a Laser still trading out. A few more Stalkers warping in. Storm coming up. A couple more Biles coming back down over there. A few more kills coming through. The probes are going to continue to fall. A Laser 70 to 30 army supply. Storm is getting close to being done, though. Okay, is there a world where on 2 bases with Storm we can kind of fight our way back into this as Classic? Probably. This is entirely because I doubted a Laser at the start of the series. Good. I will look a fool for a best of 5 that goes to 5 games that was not meant to, 100% of the time. There's a laser, a few more corrosive vials, pylon going down here, everything going to get depowered. Ling Ravager holding out, +1 melee, and the missile upgrade continuing to produce on through. Just, yeah, attack upgrade, another pylon coming by, a couple more shots coming in still. Classic trying to find the defense here. The Stalker's going to blink through. They believe they might have a defense jumping onto these Ravagers, but that does take away our defensive blink, so we're going to take a lot of damage as well. I mean, these Ravagers haven't died quickly, which makes you feel like maybe those blinks were not ideal. We try and blink to the right side away from the Queens. I mean, Laser's losing a lot of Ravagers too, but at this point, are we not just okay as a Laser? Like, there's no Robo in the game. There's no Oracle alive, so we can't expand here because of the creep. So Classic has to expand out to the right side first of all. That's going to be his first adjustment to try and recover in this game. All right, I'm into the idea of where we try and go from here. It's going to be interesting for sure. We see a little bit of the Ling Queen coming back over. Hydrogen about halfway done as well. Again, plenty more drones coming up. The melee upgrade and missiles continue to come into play. The Nexus continue to come online as well. So all of that still coming through just currently. Stalkers get over to the right-hand side, so they peel out of there. We do see another High Temple warp it in. Next, and a couple more probes coming up as well. Again, melee and missile upgrades all building into play right now. Roaches and Lings will set up as well. Laser 65 drones. I mean, just building Hydra is going to be better units as well, and he will hit melee and missiles. So yeah, Classic will have Storm, but a Laser is going to have so much more to work with, and obviously there's going to be a complete lack of economy from Classic because the third base is just not there. When you would really kind of like to have the third base here. He is obviously rebuilding to the right side and it's going to be online soon, but it's not even mined from yet, so the entire investment of rebuilding is not paid off. When a Laser starts to get ready for this attack, jumping on the High Templar very aggressively, pretty much forcing all the storms to come down super quickly, is going to be a pretty major problem. And as you can see, these Lings are just surrounding everything. Laser will take game number 4, and we are going to go to a 5th and final game of this series, as a Laser and Classic will duel it out in a game 5. Did not expect we were getting there, but apparently we will. That's the kind of day we're having, as we are going to wrap it up on Old Republic as a map. Okay. Okay, let's get it on the way. Let's see what takes place. Let's see what goes down. I am down to 5. I find out what the situation is. Kind of Laser reverse sweep Classic. That is actually a ridiculous potential possibility. The fact that that's a possibility in the first place is kind of ridiculous. So, yeah, let's see. I mean, cool. A Laser pop. If a Laser wins this might be the craziest winner we've had in the entire tournament series in 66 editions, honestly. I mean, I think it absolutely has to be, no? 100%. All right. Nicolator and also Lightskrieg, thank you so much for the resubs or subs, guys. I appreciate y'all. Thank you for subbing us up. Let's get you on the tree. Classic needs a moment. Christmas miracle in the way? Absolutely. Possibly. And if he actually takes a game 5, this is nuts. This is already nuts. The Laser! He's back! Amazing. Amazing. Alakadab 420, thank you so much for the 3-month resub on the Prime. Pushes button labeled Bezos books. I love it. We will take those Bezos books and we'll make them into StarCraft 2. I don't know what goes with, like, what currency goes with StarCraft, but minerals, sure. But for the players, thank you so much, Alakadab 420. If a Laser beats the champion, he becomes the new champion. Yep, we may as well just crown a Laser 2020. A Laser was just like, right, so here's the deal. I'll lose in the group stage of the WardiTV 2025. I will let whoever it is that wins, win. They'll clearly be in good form, so they'll make the finals of the Monday Cup straight after, and then I will beat them, And instead of having to have played 6 days of a grueling playoff double elim bracket, I'll prove my dominance in one single day. If Alazer wins this, it'll be his first WardiTV Monday tournament win. Yes, this is the first time Alazer's even been in the top 4. It might have even been this. I think it's maybe the second time he's been top 8. What's crazy is if he takes out like Classic, he would have taken out Classic, SHIN, and MaxPax. Like those are 3 of our top 6 finishes from the WardiTV 2025. That's crazy. And SHIN's obviously the finalist as well. Alakadab 420, welcome to the tree as we get this game 5 underway. It'll be a quick addition as we got to get this going. All right, in the top right hand side, our red Protoss player is going to be Classic. Taking on in the bottom left, the blue Zerg, we have a Laser. Alright, game 5 of the series, and away we go. Will it be Classic? Will it be a Laser? Who will be the champion of this Monday Cup? Classic has won a few of these before, 3 of them in fact. It's been a hot second since Classic was actually in the deeper portions of the tournament, to be fair even. Gonna take some stat findings for you guys. Classic. So, we can't get top 4 info anymore, but the last time Classic was in the finals was back in October in Edition 54, and before that was the last one he won, which was Edition 43, so that was way back in July. He won back-to-back in May, which is where he got 2 of his wins from, so definitely feeling or expecting Classic to be a bit more, I mean, honestly, kind of expected to see Classic in more of these finals since EWC, and it's just not really been the case. As we got our Cybercore coming up. Next is coming through, Hatch in the pool with the gas on the way. Hatch did not get blocked or anything, so that's one little thing to talk about early. As we do see, the probe is just going to scout around on the other side of the map to see what's going on, seeing what's up, seeing what's happening for a couple of moments. Has Liz won a Wardy Monday before? No, guys, the list of people that's won a Wardy Monday is so unique. Like, Clem, 21 wins. MaxPax, 17. Hero, 16. Classic, 3. Solar, 3. Bion, 2. Shin, 1. Showtime, 1. Firefly, 1. And Trap, 1. Those are the only people to have ever won. 10 different players have won across 66 editions. That's it. We've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 other players have made a finals. So, no Cure. Nope, Cure has been in the finals 4 times, but has never won. Cure has the same amount of finals as Solar, but Solar's 3-1 in finals, and Cure's 0-4. Brutal. Shin's also had 4 finals. He's 1-3. Showtime also 4 finals, 1-3. It's just so tough to beat the best of the best of the best of 5s, man. Like, it's really difficult. And, you know, usually what happens as well is you have to beat, like, a Clem, Hero, or MaxPax in the best of 3 semi to then get to the best of 5 final against one of the others. That's usually the case, so... What happened to Trav? Haven't seen him in a long time. He played his last official game about a year ago now. He just gave up. He just decided to go full-time. Or give up on being a StarCraft guy. I think because there was no EWC announcement and he didn't know what was going on, he just decided to just move on with his life in the new year. Things run through, Oracle activating, chasing after those Lings. Another 07. Yeah. Trav was really good as well. Like, he was one of the few pros that was beating Clem for a while back about a year and a bit ago. Like when these Monday Cups first started up, for example. He was like one of the few guys actually beating Clem a lot of the time. Or maybe not beating him all the time, but like taking him to like game 3s or game 5s. Like he's playing some great series against him. Twilight Council and Nexus both building through. We get a couple of assimilators producing. Probes on the way. Queen's drones all on the way out as well as this game 5 develops. The laser getting the evolution chamber, so looking for the upgrade early. what will come from the Twilight Council of Classic? Are we going to see some more glaives? Are we going to move into just typical Blink again here for this Game 5? We do get a couple of drones coming along that bottom side. Our melee upgrade is going to start, and it is going to be Blink, so for a laser, that's a good sign. Right? Blink against melee is going to be good for the Zerg. You're not going to get punished by glaives or anything. We are going to see a few Adepts already moving across the map, so they're already going to look to put a little bit of pressure on, so that's going to be a factor here that we will have to watch out for at the moment. As just see, again, Blink coming through, the Adepts and the Gates all coming about. People sleep on a laser. I don't think people sleep on a laser as much as just a laser has not shown us, has not shown the people a reason to believe in a laser for a while, no? Like, a laser, A, wasn't practicing StarCraft 2 for a while, so it's kind of recent that he came back. As he's going to lose an 8 drones, that's obviously not great. So, he just hasn't played a lot lately, and then he has started to be good in the Monday Cups, and as he got good in the Monday Cups, we've been kind of excited about him, but still, I mean, it's still a shock to see him taking on the guy who got second place in EWC this year, you know? Like I say, I'm more surprised about this in a best of 5 than I am in a best of 3. Like, in a best of 3 against MaxPax, a couple game wins, okay. But in a best of 5, if he went all the way, I still think that's fair to be shocked about, you know? No disrespect to a laser, it's just, you know, you gotta show us something recently for us to believe in you, you know? At the end of the day, that's what it comes down to, and that's what this kind of is. And I mean, to be fair, like, he's absolutely delivered. Like, he beat SHIN and MaxPax today, right? And Trigger as well. Like, he's already on an absolute tear. I still think it's fair to say he's an underdog coming in a best of 5 against Classic in the finals. We just watched Classic beat everybody for the 2025 championship, no? Oracle will try and get another drone. He is going to get one more there, making it 3 more kills. It's not the earliest of drone kills overall, but it's still going to be drones you need to replace here as a laser, so it is still that investment in replenishing that work account, losing some of the economy while those drones are dead, and that is the issue overall, as the Storm and the Charge and the +1 all starting up as well. You see a few drones just on the way in. The Hydras are going to start producing as well right here. There's the Dropper Lords. Well, we kind of know that that's what a laser likes, so that part of this is not too surprising. Ling's already getting up here, just going to be having the couple of stack defenses having a... Well, I was going to say having a cancel, but they got killed, no? So we get a couple of kills. Drop Lords will have their speed very soon. Hydra's about to have their speed as well. And so we have... Ooh, nice catch. We get rid of an Oracle. And that's kind of big, because then the Revelation comes down, and so for now at least, you don't really get much scouting on the map here as Classic. You don't quite know what exactly is going on, so you play this a little bit blind, you play this a little bit unaware of the, you know, how this is going, and yeah, maybe that is going to be a laser's opportunity that will unfold at that point. The Hydras and the Lings going to open this up. This is much faster to the Dropper Lords than what he was doing in the previous games as well, I would say. So I think that's got to be seen as a little bit of a factor too. So yeah, let's see if this kind of speedy Dropper Lord play can get it done. Missile upgrade going to be ready soon as well. Give those Hydras a little bit more firepower. A lot of the defense of Classic is on that 4th base, and the laser is going to threaten the 3rd base, make units move around a little bit maybe. The Hydras are going to be right there. There are some Storms available, but this is just going to be the drop in the natural, which is going to be horrible to deal with. Let's see what we can do. We have to pull back up this ramp. We're actually going to go drop into the main. That's probably fine. I like that. That Overlord's already deep, so he's just going to try and lift the Hydras up and escape. Probably doesn't get away, but he's going to unload them elsewhere. Now we're going to run in at the front as these Hydras try and make something happen. A couple Storms come down initially. Obviously needs the damage output to get through these cannons. Zealots warp in. Classic with a good defense so far. In the main base, these Dropper Lords have been cleaned up, and now we have to run away. Can we get anything done at the front here? Link's trying to get in front. Have we got more Storms? Yes, we do. So just need to figure out where we're going to drop that in as a laser tries to close the distance on the front line. These units should be back from the main and the natural soon, though, which should help a lot. The Storm's doing a good job of buying time. Archon had to morph there. That first Archon showing up on its own. Felt like that may be a target for these Hydras, but they are so low. They've got to be super careful. And they're already getting chased away. A laser going to go running. He does have Lings up this high ground that can utilize. He's going to turn onto the Zealots pretty quickly. Laser needs to be, Classic needs to be a little bit careful about maybe chasing too far forward too quickly, because that's maybe asking for trouble as well. 11 additional Hydras still coming up. The Hydra's still pushing through. Archon's taking damage. A Storm out to the Hydras. Hydra's still going to fight. The Zealots will go down. Just going to get rid of one, getting rid of two. Couple more Stalkers warping in. The Overlord loads up once again. Pylon gets picked off again. Another Storm coming into play. Just going to be seeing the Hydra still taking damage. Archon still trying to press on forward. Ling Hydra building through. 24 Lings. Bunch of Hydras coming about. A laser supply block because he lost a lot of the Drop Lords, so needs to replace Overlords as well before he can keep spamming units. But I just don't think this was enough initially. He builds another round of Drop Lords. He's going to go for more of the same. It was a very good defense from Classic. He pulled back from this base. I think a laser should have been ready to ping more onto the third. I wonder if that would have been a better position. I mean, the fourth is a more open area to attack onto. I wonder if he could have gotten onto the third base more easily, because then it's really further away from that natural, and then maybe you could have, I mean, maybe if you pushed the third initially, then the Drop Lords arrive, then you would have been a bit more out of position as Classic originally as well. Gonna find some high energy batteries over here. The Hydras, when given the chance to just stand and do damage, is going to be great. A bunch of units stuck in the back as they're blocked from each other, so Classic not quite a free kind of defense yet, as there's already units in the natural. Zealots and Stalkers are just peeled away there, so Classic is defending brilliantly with an overcommitment of a defense in a position that Laser's not even committed to yet outside of some empty Dropper Lords. Defense spot on so far. More Lings and Hydras. We're now maxed out, but there's so many Storms available. We are going to load the Dropper Lords up still. Don't think it's good enough, honestly. He's going to see the units that are already here. Maybe we can fly overhead and just try and get past this defense. These Prism goes down at least. We are going to see these Hydras getting chased away. We end up kind of just dropping into this, but like I say, the Zealots are just there, so dropping into Zealots is never going to be fun. The laser just has to replenish from that commitment already. That just does not do what you need it to. Feeling's going to run up the high ground again, trying to cause a bit of chaos. Come in from everywhere. There's not a lot of stacked defense at the front, but there doesn't need to be when the army of Classic is so good to begin with anyway, and that really is the situation now. I just come back over. The Dropper Lords in the main going to move back across. We are going to be seeing these Hydras still trying to just hold their own for a couple of moments here. It's going to be seeing them getting blinked on though and getting chased away. The Zealot Stalker Archon will continue to chase down this army. The couple of Dropper Lords up in the top side as well. And we're just going to be seeing the Zealots going to chase the Hydras. Things will get a wrap around for the Zealots. Just going to take away a bunch of those. 13 workers going down. Hey, we're actually getting some damage done. Okay. Okay, some workers do fall eventually from Classic, but Laser's going to try and get to a Lurker Den, which in fairness is probably the right idea. It's just a scenario where Classic's going to be getting into this from an amazing set of trades, so his economy is going to continue to be awesome. Laser's already going to fight, which is... I mean, his Lurker Den is not ready yet. Classic was threatening to run forward anyway, so... Now, sadly, guys, I get the feeling that we have got ourselves the end of this miracle run from a laser, and we're going to be just a game shy of a brand new WardiTV Monday champion. I just go back the other way. A couple storms coming down still. This base already gone. I mean, we've killed 24 probes with some of the continued attacking, so we did some damage. But we still need to get rid of this army. A couple lurkers on the way. We need more than just a couple, let's be real. High Templar stepping into Storm is going to help a laser a little bit. I'm trying to find some copium wherever I can. Like, the High Templars are genuinely kind of giving themselves up. Classic's being a little lazy with running forward with these. And the High Templar will take some Lurker shots as well. Lurker's going to try and position out of the Storm now. The laser will try and find a final defense, but it's just not happening. Classic's army is too much here on Old Republic. As we push through, GG gets called, and Classic will take this down just like that. Bam. Bam, they say. GG's. Alrighty, guys. That is going to be Classic getting his 4th ever WardiTV Monday victory. A great start to the week for him. And Laser so close. It was still great to see, just not good enough in the end. Couldn't quite find that final game of this series, and not quite able to round things out. Guys, what we are going to do is we are going to switch... switch on over to our sponsored content in a couple of moments. We are going to be streaming Marvel Rivals for the next hour. The best part is, do some get replay packs of Patreon only? It's in the, it's subs on Discord. If you just go to the subscriber channel, link your Twitch, and you'll get it. So yeah, we're going to swap on over to our sponsor content, guys. We're going to play Marvel Rivals for now. I'm just going to get it started. It takes a couple of moments to enable. There we go. Cool. So we're going to be doing this for the next hour or so, guys. If you stick around for a few minutes even, it does help to support the channel, obviously. If you're on YouTube and you want to help us out, you can switch on over to Twitch. That's where the sponsorship is going to take place. The YouTube is done for the day. So I will be heading you guys offline in just a few moments, YouTube. And we're going to move on into some Marvel Rivals here on Twitch. And we can go from there and wrap up our day of content. Thank you so much for everyone who was watching. I appreciate you guys. Obviously, great Monday Cup. I'm not here tomorrow for StarCraft, by the way. Tomorrow I'm going to be finishing casting the Christmas Day games. That will be going live on Friday. And then we'll also have Christmas Eve games on Wednesday. Sorry, so Christmas games on Thursday, Christmas Eve games on Wednesday. So that's when we'll next be back. And yeah, cool. So what are we going to do? We are going to go into some Marvel Rivals, which means I got to open my Steam and click play. And we get this ready to rumble, guys. So thank you again for joining us, and I hope you're excited to stick around for a little bit for some, like I said, some Marvel Rivals. We've done this sponsorship a few times before, so we're going to dive into it. Yo, Arna Bjorns, how you doing, mate? Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs going out to SuperNan17, Nesta, Ballsack Messiah, Blib Blib Bliss, and Isora. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Are you already on the tree, Anna? I feel like you are. Do you already have a decoration on the tree, or would you like an extra one? Let me know, and I can get you sorted out. What a name! I know, what a name. Sorry guys, hang on. My Steam is in the wrong mode, so I can't update the game, which apparently has updated since I updated it this morning, or maybe I updated it yesterday, to be fair. The game with Spider-Man and the weird dude. Well, there's definitely a Spider-Man. Excuse me, coughing. There's definitely Spider-Man. There's a lot of Marvel characters, believe it or not, in Marvel Rivals, guys. So, yeah. For some reason, it's taken me a moment or two to validate, so whatever. That'll just take a couple minutes. We'll get into this. What I do have to tell you guys about Marvel Rivals is that this stream is sponsored by Marvel Rivals, obviously, now. So, hello. We are hashtag sponsored, as Season 5.5 is launching with Rogue joining the hero roster, and all heroes are free to play. The game is going to keep on leveling up with non-stop updates, new heroes, new team-ups, and new costumes. All the new content dropped all the way back on November 14th, apparently, and this is still the sponsorship for that, apparently. So, there you go. I am literally validating my Steam files, guys, before we can get into this, but that should just take a couple moments, and we can get going. You're good, Anna? Yeah, I thought you were. Cool. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs, though. I appreciate it. Who's my favorite character in Marvel Rivals? I actually really like playing Star-Lord. Star-Lord's my most played, but I'm also not very good with him now that I still don't play as much. I then end up playing support a lot because people don't like playing support. People don't like playing tank either, but I'm a really bad tank. Like, tank gameplay just doesn't make sense in my head. Like, it just doesn't make sense, like, how you meant to play a tank, so I'm terrible at it, you know? So, yeah. It's, yeah, it's a little bit rough. Alright, YouTube, I will be turning you guys off as well. Appreciate you guys. I will see you guys next time. Bye-bye. Alright, YouTube's gone, guys. You can